Yo.
You
Nah.
absolutely.
First,
How do you want to play it?
I could.
well, I will sit because I literally just got Rocket League to open up for me.
Nice.
Small problem. Me and Braun can't join the Discord.
Oh wait,
Are you in my account? You fucking.
well no, I just whatever was in there.
Oh,
I didn't switch nothing. Just logged into it. Okay. That would be the
For game scene, we want the blue team to be the
Hello, UNI Panther fans and Rocket League fans alike. Welcome to the best show on electronic pitch. Today, we have the Younglings versus the Retirement Home, also known as the UNI Students versus UNI Alum. My name is Hunter, and in the booth, and the one who started this event from the ground up is Brewer Dog. Brew, how are you doing? And tell us a little bit about today's event.
Doing all right. Flustered, about like 20 minutes behind checking my internal watch. But we got it set up. We're ready to go. We got everybody in here. We got actually some Oh wow. Well,
Yeah, now they
nothing
can
was
hear
heard.
us.
Now hear us. But we got players in the lounge. We got the current team, the 3 players on the right, and we got 2 alumni being Jakey and Stope on the left. But I think we've spent enough time. I'm ready to get the game to go. You ready to get the game to go?
Absolutely, I'm excited to see what these teams can
All right.
put today. So it's going to be a best of 7, I believe, of an alumni super team, or at least that's what Brewer Dog called it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be the current UNI purple team. So that's going to be TJ, Bikes, and Tonkin. Whereas this first rendition of the alumni super team is going to be Colin, Jakey, and AJ. Now, I am really excited to see how this game is going to play out, just because of the simple fact that, you know, I haven't seen Jakey play competitively in a very long time.
Yeah, I think it's like good to say that it might be over already with Tonka scoring the first goal. I think like we're really gonna talk about is Jakey's CPA license gonna really harm his play in this best of 7 series.
Listen, I got a CPA license. I don't think that's harmed any of my competitive play.
Well, I mean, like you're not. Look, we're both in the booth. We're both in the booth.
That's
I was
right.
Just, like,
You know
just
what?
saying, like we both took a break, but you know, starting off strong. Panther Esports team of the current roster scores in 9 seconds. We got AJ going for the midfield, and AJ shoots it right in from a pass in the corner from Jakey. I think it's safe to say taxes are due.
Taxes are due, and this one served in for a refund. We're tied 1-1 here with 4:45 left to play in game 1.
You know, fair to say, first of all, a best of 7 show match. First to 4, we'll see who gets there first. Alumni, there's I think 6 alumni. 3 playing right now, 3 on the bench. They can swap out at any time. I think our current roster is going to figure out how we're going to play around the 3 players who can come off the bench at any time. And yet again, AJ comes in hot, scores it hot again. Jakey and AJ are really putting together a good masterpiece, and we're having got past the 30-second point. We might be in for a long day.
It's going to be a long day indeed. And the biggest thing here is that this alumni team, Colin has stolen 2 balls off of this current roster, so they got to be more protective of the ball if they want to go ahead and get an offensive going.
And I think one thing we could talk about is making sure that if we're going to give the ball away, we give it back away to our player. You know, something that I preached when I was coaching this team this semester is making sure we get our touches so that we find the ball to our own player and our opponent. And it's going to be a really tough game, especially how hot this alumni team's coming in. AJ ready to score a hat trick. Colin passing it down midfield, and TJ's going to whip it away back to Colin. I just realized how hard it is to say call on and call in, and I'm gonna mix that up so hard.
Welcome to me like 3 years ago when I was trying to call these guys on purple team. It's just one of those things where you'll get it in the mouth sooner or later.
Yeah, I hope so. Pause. I hope so.
Yeah, don't cast or curse already here, bro.
Oh my goodness.
And Conlon, RL, all ready to get this one in and away, and the alumni super team up 2.
Jakey just really Colin, oh my goodness.
It's gonna be tough.
It is gonna be tough. Colin really just playing through the corner. No Panther could stop it and pass it over to Jakey. Kickoff, here we go. Kickoff right to AJ of the alumni team. Tonkin's gonna demolish him, and Braun's up, gonna try and get a sidewalk double. Gets a nice touch there, but Colin's gonna scoop it up himself and put it to the corner. Tonkin's gonna fall in his own corner, but AJ's gonna capture it. He's beat 1, beat the second. Is there a follow-up? No, but Braun's gonna put it back in the corner.
Nice little scuffle there as Colin will go ahead and pass it over and gets the demo, and AJ gonna try and work it back, trying to look for that follow-up. Can't. And nice little block move there by Conlon.
The current roster is doing great, just abusing the wall to beat the current Alumni roster. Tonkin fakes it, TJ picks it up, but not much get out of it after 50's play. Tonkin's playing close, but AJ captures it, takes a shot on net. Braun almost gets the save, and that's a hat trick for AJ.
Yeah, a really nice place shot right below the crossbar. Able to get that shot in, and of course, Spikes couldn't do nothing with that.
I think it's going to be a struggle today. I was like super excited. We got a goal in the first 9 seconds. I'm like, okay, we could win this, And then you got to realize how much more free time these alumni had compared to our current roster students. I got to say, like, for the majors on the team, for our current team, Tonkin is a communications major and he's graduating. So make sure we give a nice, warm goodbye to Tonkin once the season's over, which would probably be at the end of the stream. Brontron, little known fact, he owns his own business. I don't know how he found time to practice, but Brontron, UNI student, owns a business. I think he's probably the most busy person on the team. And TJ is an accounting major, and all the math, all the numbers, passing the CPA exam. We are a busy group of students, and for us to place third this season makes me probably one of the proudest people in this place.
Yeah, and a big shout out to you too, being able to coach this team and your first role as a coach. That's really awesome. I know you poured your heart and soul in it, and also you're able to get them to that third place. So thank you, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I did. I think end all be all, it's up to the players to get the results that we did, and I was just there to help organize them and rally them and hoot and holler till we got to that third place finish. And I'm super proud that these 3 players came out this year. We had a JV team. That JV team left because we couldn't have enough players, and we had enough players for this varsity team this year. TJ, please score that. Thank you.
No favoritism here.
No
bro.
favoritism.
Yeah, just caught it off the carom from Colin. The follow-up by Conlon just wasn't quite there, and just a really awesome follow-up shot by TJ.
I do say so myself. The one thing I believe in is that if we can show up, we can win the match. That's all we gotta do. If you can join the lobby, then you have the ability to win the match no matter who you play. The Prime NRG from season 6 who won the Worlds, and I say we can still beat the guys. Now we're a minute 30 into this match. Current roster still down by 2 goals. It's gonna waterfall down, but not fast enough for Tonkin. Pass to Jakey, gonna bait it to the sideboard, and Braun's gonna take control of this in his own corner. AJ with what is happening there?
I don't know what's going on with the score bug, but I just realized that the score bug is completely wrong.
That is because of how I do my settings. I can fix that later. I just have to adjust my HUD.
Oh, you're perfectly fine. With a minute 2 left to play, the Alumni Super Team is winning by 2 goals, and I have to think it's all because of that extra free time, like you were saying, bro.
I do get some extra free time, but I do gotta say, like, the most big factor that a lot of people kind of disregard in this game is the kickoff. You can win and lose games solely off of who gets possession off kickoff. And I gotta say, 3 or 4 of these goals for the Alumni team was because of the kickoff that they got off possession, the possession that got off the kickoff. And it was just like, it took about 20 seconds for them to score the first 2-3 goals of this series. So I think what the current roster has to do is learn how to get possession off the kickoff and take away the boost from the Alumni team once they get that possession. Right now, Jakey's going to beat 1. AJ's going to look for a double, takes it to Colin. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely, getting it done, and it's just a really nice double back here from the Alumni team. Making 1 miss, and with a beautiful follow-up shot. And you also had Bikes there if he tried to go and interfere. Another Alumni member was right there to interfere with him as well.
I think with 20 seconds left, I hope this current roster is going to try and figure out a game plan. I mean, we got to figure out who's going to be the person to disrupt, who's going to be the person to make the saves, who's going to be the person to shoot. Right now, it's just kind of all over the place, and we got to figure out what roles are we going to play to stop this Alumni team from being so powerful.
8 seconds left to play. Try to get another double back in and looking for the final dagger. However, it looks like it's going to be game 1 for
pretty handed defeat for game 1. The Alumni will take game 1 of this series. You need to think one thing we need to say right now is that the Alumni team can switch up players, and we have to figure it out once it happens.
Oh.
Let's go to settings and get this fixed.
You're gonna have to go to.
Wait, no.
But either way, I mean, I'm really excited to see what these teams can do today. Of course, just taking a trip down memory lane for me. Of course, I've been broadcasting UNI Panther Esports for about going on 3 years now. And the biggest thing that I've noticed is like when I used to call AJ and TJ or Colin and Cole, like those chemistries that you've seen throughout UNI history has just been so meaningful, and it's come to a culmination here where for one more time we can see the same chemistry happen again here on Rocket League.
We do have a player change. I do see Arity and Scrungus and Stowe. We have 3 players completely changed out for this Alumni team, as we can see. Current roster, just 3 players. If I get in there, I'm just going to say I will sell. Do not let me change this present team. I might just demo chase the whole time, I'll be honest. But we got the first game going. We have kickoff right off the bat. Maybe the present team, it's kind of a little awkward in the midfield. Scrungus going to take control of it. Gonna try and get over one. TJ for the save to his own backboard. Arity gonna try and shoot it in, but not fast enough. And Bike's gonna pass over to TJ.
You're going to dig it out of the corner is Stinky Binky. However, Tonkin will go ahead and apply that pressure, maintaining the offense. TJ lifting it up. Stinky Binky out to clear it.
Arity gonna do a little back pass, try and get it up quick to Stowe, but Stowe does not have the boost to commit to it. Bike's gonna try and pass it over to TJ, but he doesn't have the boost for it either. Right now, both rosters just kind of low on boost, trying to figure out who can get possession, but the ball has 0 control. Bike's with a nice 50 to the midfield. Tonk's gonna try and follow this up, but Arity beats him to his own backboard. TJ's up to the backboard, and he's gonna save it to the side, right over the Scrungus, gonna take a shot, and Tonk is there just in time. Back to the corner. Arity off his own backboard to Stowe. Stowe gonna send him down midfield, but Braun's gonna collect it, take his time.
And what a really nice quick save there earlier from Tonkin, able to squeeze that one out, and TJ is going to go ahead and take the current roster, try to get a double back started. However, Stinky Binky will try and get that to clear. No, Bikes is right there. Now over to Arity. Haven't said his name in a while, and he's going to start this offense for the Alumni. Stove trying to dig it out from the corner from TJ. He'll miss the follow-up. Bike's right there to save it, but Arity back at it again, back into the right-hand corner.
Tonkin trying to get his time collected, but Arity 50s in his own corner. It's kind of awkward. Stowe passes it up, and he Bikes. Saves to his own midfield. Tonk's trying to clear from his corner. Arity's going to just follow a bit, try to stall out for Scrungus in the backfield. Scrungus going to go for a challenge, and it's 50 by Tonkin. TJ to his own corner. Is there a follow-up there? Not in time. Alumni stay alive. 3 minutes left to play.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, too, where you're starting to feel out this new roster. Of course, Bikes, Tonkin, TJ already got one game underneath their belt. So the offensive push that this Alumni team, they're about 1 game behind. So they're still trying to learn here and still feel each other out.
Yeah, I do got to say it is kind of like, it seems like it'd be a plus for the current roster. TJ, what a save. Gonna go again. It's cleared down the field. Can TJ get to it in time? No, I don't think he can. It's saved away by Stowe. Tonkin to the own corner, gonna try and get it past the net, go for a demo. Bikes hits it off the top bar. We are still 0-0 with half the game left to play.
Arity's gonna try and flip reset. That's stolen away by Tonkin. UNI Alumni have to go back onto the defense. Bike in the right-hand corner. Stinky Binky trying to steal it away. TJ with the double commit. Arity to float it over right to left.
Bike's gonna try and collect it. It's a bit awkward. It's up in the air now, so Bike's gonna save it after a 50. I don't think it's a follow-up, and he's leaving it for a teammate. Nobody's there. We get a 50 out from Tonkin, and Bike's gonna do the best to take control, but Stove's gonna cut it off. Take it to their own sideball. Gonna follow it down, try and get a beat, but TJ's there to stop it. Back to the midfield. Scrungus doesn't have the boost for this shot, and present team gonna collect it while they can. To the corner. It's just nobody can keep control right now for this Alumni or present roster.
Brewer Dog, we're about 1:43 left to play in this game, and we are still scoreless. How does either of this team make a goal here and draw first?
I think the first thing they got to do is try and get it through the midfield. We see a lot of the play right now, just kind of going from sidewall to sidewall. You got to play a dangerous game. You got to get the ball in the midfield. I know, there's a scoring chance for other team there, but if you want to score, it all starts from the midfield. If you're stuck on your own wall, it's going to be easy to defend. Because if you can just 50 it, well, it's just going to 50 in the wall, and it's kind of free grass for anybody. So right now, I got to say, there's a demo from Tonkin, but Scrungus saves it to his own backboard. And another thing we can talk about is demos. I don't see enough demos coming out from either team if they want to clear this field. And just as I say that, 2 demos come out in the span of 10 seconds. They'll pass it to the midfield. TJ collects it in his own backboard, and Tonkin can do his best to pass it up to Bikes.
Yeah, it's going to be a 50 there. The ball not going anywhere. Right of pitch. Arity going to try and maintain this pressure with less than a minute to play. 45 seconds, and TJ going to try and get this present roster, get something going here on offense. Tonkin Defers it over to Bike with the shot and the goal!
That's a classic. That's what you want to see. You see TJ playing a little of the first man. Taunt comes, collects it. He's just as annoying, and third man Bikes comes and cleans it up. 1 goal with 38 seconds left. The question is, can the present roster hold them to this kickoff?
Absolutely. With Scrungus on, anything can happen. That man is absolutely goated.
We'll see. Bice collects it, plays a nice 50, and we're going to see Tonk just play a little slow, trying to go 50 over to the midfield, and it's going to be left for Scrungus. Arity being the last man back, just waiting to see if there's a mistake. He's going to come out, gets a touch on it, but he can't shoot it just in time as a present roster player defends it. Bikes to the midfield, gets 50 to his own sidewall, and this current roster kind of struggling for, and dare I say, struggling for a booth. And just as to say, can Tonk can find the follow-up? No, he fakes it for TJ. I think it's pretty locked up for this game, too, for the present roster.
Yeah, a really great job settling in on this game, too, of course. Having to deal with names like Scrungus and Arity and Stove, just a really great job overcoming just the difficulty there. As the first 4 minutes done in a way, there was no scoring. Now we're up 2-0 for the current roster.
Oh, that could have been bad, but there was still a goal left. They only my roster score. Oh, there's 1 second left.
Anything can happen here, Brewer Dog.
Anything can happen. Arity finds a goal. Scrungus passes it to midfield, and this present roster just didn't have the resources to make the save off this kickoff.
All right, and it's all going to come down to this kickoff. See how this is going to interact here.
Second left. We got Stove. Oh.
Oh.
Well read by the present roster. We go into game 3 with the series tied 1-1. Jaeger, what do you think they're going to do for this next game? Do you think they're going to pull back Colin, AJ, and Jakey for this next game? We're going to see a mix. What do you think the game plan is for these players?
Honestly, I think the biggest play here would get Colin, Grungus, and Stove out there. If you can go ahead and get that synergy back up, both teams have a game under their belt, or at least especially for the Alumni team. If they can go ahead and get that momentum going from what they did in the first game, I feel like they could go ahead and pull out.
I do got to say, compared to the first game, second game, it felt like this second team kind of slowed the pace a lot, and that made the current roster very comfortable. So I got to say, for the Alumni roster, the key to win right now is to turn up the pace to where our current roster can't handle.
Absolutely. And another thing about it, too, is that if you get Colin in there, a lot of those points came off of the steals by Colin. So if you can go ahead and get more of that ball security away from the current roster, I feel like that might be a win condition for the Alumni.
All right, we do see Strongest will be staying in, but we do see AJ and Colin subbing in for the Alumni roster. Nobody's going to sub in for the present roster. I'll say it again. It's them against the group of unks. Game 3, here we go.
And off the initial kickoff, it's going to be on the side of UNI's current roster as AJ is going to go ahead and clear this out, work at the right-hand corner. Over to Scrungus. Bikes to steal it away. And Colin will go ahead, try set something up again on the left-hand side. Pass to AJ. Back to Colin. 50 off the ceiling. And TJ is going to be able to secure this one.
I gotta say, that demo from Brontron really cleared out the field, and now you see them on possession. I think that might be a good idea to start demoing this Alumni team because they have a really good rotation. And if you're able to just demo 1 or 2 of them, especially if you're rotating out, oh no, TJ couldn't quite get it and nearly beats the defender. But if you can just find a demo here and there to take out a third or second man that opens up the rotation so much that they gotta follow back, that might be a win condition for this present roster.
And that's the other thing that we've noticed too with this current roster is those perfectly timed demos really opens up that backfield for them. So if they can go ahead, get the demolition on whoever the third man back is for this Alumni roster, they'll be able to go ahead and get those goals like we've seen so much during the regular season. But right here, Strungus in from just a lull to sleep past 2 players.
I believe a demo came out there and Tonkin was trying to get back in time, but it just the present team pushed up too far with a low boost resource, and then the demo came out and they lost their third man. Alumni roster up 1 goal with 4 minutes left to play.
DJ's going to go ahead start the offense for the current roster. However, AJ will go ahead dig this one out for the save. He defers over to Scrungus. He'll take it across the timeline.
You're going to see Scrungus try and coop this back up while Colin tries to recover it. It's going to go up. He's going to try and fall it back down to the midfield. Just playing keep away, stopping the present roster. You can start out this game. be a little tryhard, be a little sweaty, just win by 1 goal. That's kind of nerdy, but we'll take it, you know?
Absolutely. And
Whatever it takes for these unks to win, you know? Whatever it takes.
yeah, and they're doing some really nice pass plays. Tried to pitch it out and just couldn't get the follow-up. The timing was just off. And still, 1 goal is the lead for the Alumni team.
I do gotta say, the one thing to be worried about right now is the passing plays for the Alumni, and we're seeing that UNI, the present roster, is trying to be quick with their offense as fast as they can be, but it's not really working out. They keep falling to the corner, and there's 2 players on 1 ball on this defense. Tonkin, though, gonna be 2, and it's up to AJ to clear it out himself. DJ's gonna recover. It's almost a shot on net, but AJ's gonna capture on the backboard, play it down to the corner. TJ's able to capture it, but it gets bumped out. This Alumni roster takes control yet again. Dare I say, a 50% from Braun trying to clear comes out. Tonk up to his own corner, but I think the Alumni roster has this defense pretty well under control, Jaeger.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the one thing that this current roster really needs to do is need to be a little bit more aggressive. We saw Bikes get a lot of good goals coming off of that kind of surprise shot, and we haven't really seen him so much on the offensive pressure. Maybe they're just a little bit too scared of, the potential breakaway, as we see Bikes here with the shot. This is exactly what UNI needs to do for the current roster.
I know, but the shot is just so weak, and anybody can save that shot. I could put my dog in the controller who would save that shot. We got to get some power on these shots. Another awkward possession caught out from the present team, but the present team can find a save off the Alumni shot. And another thing that's happening is that the circumstances that the Alumni team is finding the shots are a lot better than the present team. Oh my goodness, what a save. Tonk and Bronchon there. They're trying to follow it up. Back to TJ. They're squabbling about, trying to keep control of this defense as best they can. And nice fake to come out. It's a nice little clear. Present team, get your boost what you can and get back on defense.
Yeah, try to get the waterfall back. Colin just missing it. However, back into his own corner is going to be Scrungus. Over to AJ. And Bikes will go ahead, pinch it out left-hand side. He'll go ahead, take it across the pitch. Colin right there to interrupt it. And a nice little setup pass there to AJ. And here come the Alumni again on the offense.
We really gotta be careful. Scrungus with the awkward shot catches Bikes off guard. A minute 20 left to play, and this present roster hasn't really got much on the Alumni net.
Well, I think the biggest thing, too, again, is just the presence of each individual member of this Alumni team. I feel like UNI's current roster is a little bit sheepish. They haven't been able to get their offensive rotation going that they needed to. They're kind of being awkward with these weak shots, and I feel like a lot of that has to do with just a lot of pressure from this Alumni team.
I think what we also got to realize is that the presence isn't really. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not afraid of anybody who plays K3.
Well, you're not in there.
But the thing to be saying is that AJ and Colin just play so fast, and this Alumni, this present team, kind of have yet to play against somebody's speed like that. There wasn't really a lot of teams we played in this current season and played as fast as Colin and AJ. So right now, we got to find a player that will step up and play these 50s faster than the Alumni team. Otherwise, you're not going to score a single goal.
Right, and right there, just a hat trick by Scrungus again, doing a really great job. And of course, Colin did a great job at assisting. He did a really good job at assisting back when he was on the present roster, just complimenting the players the most. And I feel like Colin right now is the win condition here, as we see the Alumni team up 3-0.
That's true. I think going to I'm going to say it, this game's probably over. Okay.
Why you cast a curse?
It's 3-0 with 30 seconds left.
Anything can happen,
Anything
man.
can happen. The most exciting esport. I'll be honest. I think the one thing we need to see from this current roster that we're not seeing is disruptive play. That was kind of one of our keys to success this whole season, was disruptive play. The demos, the bumps, and the close 50s in the midfield. If we can get midfield control and get demos on the third and second man, I think this present roster is going to have a better chance of winning this whole series.
All right, AJ going to go ahead, bump it out, and try to play keep away at this point. Bikes will go ahead, clear it out mid-pitch. Colin to bump it up, try to set up the double back for Tonkin. That's 50'd out of the way, off the ceiling. No follow-up by Tonkin. Colin, though, going to go ahead, pass it over. And with the ball over on the current roster side of the field, it's going to be a tough one to get this one in.
Yeah, game's over. No matter what goal happens, present roster can't get enough goals in a 0-second drill to just score it. But the Alumni roster trying to go for a little bit of BM, keep it up as much as they can, get a 4-2 goal is what they can. Gonna drop. Game 3 finishes with the Alumni scoring 3-1 to get team 3.
And I think it all had, again, what I kind of mentioned is just the supplemental play that Colin has done The biggest thing that I feel like Colin has as his presence to being on this team is just he's able to pass the ball. His ball presence is just so out of this world. And I think because of that, this current roster was able to play a lot more, yes, a little less tempo than what they're used to.
Yeah, and what I see a lot from Colin is that like the hard thing you see from like GC down or like GC2 down is that like they give the ball away. Colin's doing a great job of keeping the ball in his possession while beating one player. And once he beats the next player, it goes to another player and one player. Colin's great at finding these 1v1s, and if he can beat one player, then he's going to be the next one, especially because he's keeping the ball close for this possession.
And the other thing about it too is Scrungus does an excellent job on the offensive side of the ball. Just like his shots, you don't know how they go in, but they do. Of course, we saw that awkward kind of bounce that got into the top of the crossbar, and I feel like if he can keep that up, maybe this alumni roster can get it going. But we're gonna have some subs in.
Yeah, going in, I do gotta say, Scrungus complimented that alumni team very well. With the speed of AJ and Colin, Scrungus was there in the third man to slow it down and allow these players to go crazy. But going into game 4, we see Jakey, Arity, and Stove starting for the alumni roster. Game 4, here we go. Can the present team win another even game?
Yeah, right now the alumni up 2-1 in this best of 7 series. Arity will go ahead, try and dig it out. And here comes the present roster. Maybe they got that up-tempo chip on their shoulder as we see TJ, again, trying to work it out.
TJ send it to the backboard, but the alumni roster going to collect. Bronchon a little awkward, trying to dodge a demo. Arity scores off of the awkwardness. Bronchon just can't handle himself today. I don't know what it is. Bronchon's a little scared against these old people.
Or it could just be that you called him 5 minutes before to get here.
Yeah, you know what? That is true. Bronchon was a little late today, not to throw, any shade out.
Absolutely not.
Called him, was like, yeah, it's at 7, right? No, it's right now. Ran over to Market Union Gaming Lounge to get in here. Not much of a warm-up. But now we're in game 4, and you want to tie it up. Otherwise, you're going to give match point, and you got to win 3 games in a row to take this series. Bronchon going to collect a banging out, going to try and follow it the best he can, while Arity plays some presence there, pushes it to the corner, beats 2. It's almost open. Tonkin can't quite squeeze it between the alumni roster. TJ going to collect in the air, just going to play some time and keep it away. 50 gets beat. Stove clears it to the net, and Bronchon's going to pass it down to Tom.
Yeah, if he can go ahead and get it there. And again, a nice capitalization on a mistake here by Conlon.
Yeah, Bronchon tried to pass it down to Tonga, tried to cook it himself, and couldn't quite recover in time. And now we're down 2 goals to present roster against the alumni.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that this current roster needs to do is they, again, need to open it up for Bikes. Of course, he's the third man back. You got to be dependent on him. You just got to worry about these breakaway shots that this alumni roster is taking, and you just can't do that when you're down 2 with 3:50 left to play. I feel like this current roster needs to get some up-tempo transitions going.
Yeah, I gotta say, the current roster, this is not what I think the one thing, when I was coaching in the booth, third goal, by the way, for the alumni roster, but when I was in the booth with the team, the one thing I really, really made sure we're always doing is talking. The most important part of Rocket League or any esport, for example, is communication. And if you're not communicating, if you go silent, well, that kind of hurts the confidence of your other teammates. If you're not talking about what you're going to do, well, then it hurts how their team, like your team's just trying to predict what you're doing. The team should know what you're going to do. So the question is, what do the communications sound like for this present roster that's causing a 3-0 lead for this alumni team in game 4?
Dove trying to do a little flip reset, try to get something going here on offense. Passes over to Conlon where he's met by Bikes. Arity to set it up. Nice little 50. As Arity tries to follow up his own shot, tries to nose it in the corner, and a nice quick save, but here comes Conlon with the double back in the corner. Yes, it does.
Oh, that is just muscle memory. Colin, Jakey, the man, dare I say, the sexiest man Panther Esports has
Yeah,
seen in
absolutely.
this whole organization. Just has muscle memory for easy double taps. 4-0, the alumni making quick work of this present roster in game 4.
Yeah, really awesome job here. And again, I think this kind of hammers away that this current roster struggled with transition offense. They struggled with transition defense. And just the up-tempo that this alumni team is playing kind of exposed them a lot to their faults here.
I think, like, if going into the 5th game, if I was in the coaching booth, what I would say to this team right now is that a lot of our touches are coming from the side of our car. And what that means is that we're giving the ball away. We need to have the front of our car, the hood of our car, be making the touches we need to make. So that way we can keep possession and push it downfield. Because when you're not touching the front of the car, you're just trying to save the ball. We're trying to get back on offense. We're down 3 goals, 4 goals. We need to find some offense. So we need to start that by just pushing the ball with the hood of our car. Simplest thing I could say. And the next thing I need to say is that we need to find it in the midfield or find it in the corner and just keep them awkward. If we can't get the touches we need to make, then we're just going to be stuck on our own defense. So rule number 1 right now, start touching the ball with the front of your car.
All right, and the other big thing too is about boost stealing. I feel like even though with the severe lack of boost, but however, just Jakey, center of the pitch, and a nice little pass here by Arity.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, it's just another classic thing of who can control boost in this alumni roster. Starving out this present team. I don't think I've seen a single time where all 3 present players have full boost tanks or close to full boost tanks. And when they do, they get on offense, and this defensive team swims it away from them. That was a nice try on offense. Tonkin gonna bump him. TJ there for the shot. There's a demo in net, but Jakey there for the save. What can this present roster do? Jakey's just all around on this field. Bikes in the corner again, take a 50, but Stove and Arity there to follow it up. 50 comes out. Honk's gonna try and sweep it away and pass it to TJ, but he can't get a good touch. Arity's gonna take control with a nice little dribble here, and TJ saves it to his backwards. Up to Bikes to get the save. Pass it over to Jakey. Gonna go over Stove's head, and now Tonk's here to collect for offense.
And with a full set of boost, Tonkin can be dangerous here. However, he's slide tackled out of the way by Stove, and Jakey gonna go ahead and try and rotate it out for Arity.
Yeah, we got to find a goal here. I think the one thing I'm worried about right now is how is the boys' mentals going into game 5 at this point. There's 5 goals down, 1 minute left. That's going to be a long hill to climb in this game. If I was the present team, I'm thinking about next game. I'm talking about what I want for next game. I don't care who's on the pitch of the field. This is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. This is what I want myself to do. We need to start game planning for next game so that way we can be a coherent team.
Less than a minute to play. UNI Alumni still up 5-0. And here we've seen the pace slow down a little bit. I wonder if you've mentioned it before, Brewer, is that the fatigue of the current roster might have to play a factor in it. I know we've had a lot of these alumni teams be able to rotate out, maybe take a little break, slow down, maybe rest their hands a little bit. That could definitely be a factor.
Yeah, you would think the alumni team are rotating players out due to the arthritis, but I would say myself that I think the present team is kind of playing. I took you out.
that was a really good joke.
I gotta say, the one thing that's happened is that the alumni roster has forced this present team to play to their skill level, to play to their speed. And the one thing you can't do, that is a nice fake, but Aaron is there to save it away. The one thing you can't do is play to the level of your opponents. That is how you lose matches. That is how you lose series. If you're playing at the speed, at the level of your opponent, then they're going to take control, and you're going to learn how they play their game. And if you have to learn how they play their game, how they rotate, then you are out of sort.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, that you have to think about, too, is getting a lot of those interruption plays down, because I haven't seen, as TJ will go ahead and get this one, so the current roster won't be skunked.
The current roster are refusing to go out scoreless. Last goal wins. I don't know. Tonkus.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Should we count it?
Absolutely not. You got to let us old people really, live up with these kind of moments here, because there's not much time left in the tank. If you know what I
there
mean.
is not much time left in the tank. I gotta say, personally myself, I got at least 3 semesters left. I'm doing the best I can to make what I can out of it as a coach, as an executive member, as a player at Panther Esports. The one thing I'm worried about right now is how am I going to treat the summer grind. I think I got to recognize if I want to succeed, if I want to do better than these alumni, if I want to beat the alumni right now.
Yeah.
Very much. We got to win 3 games in a row. This alumni team's on match point 3 times right now.
Yeah, but we've seen it before. We've seen reverse sweeps in the regular season. We've seen Game 7 scenarios in the postseason. The current roster, this is not alien to them.
Yeah, I gotta say, my heart rate certainly couldn't handle this whole season.
Be careful, you might need to go to the emergency room.
Yeah,
here.
I gotta say, the reverse sweeps going down 2-3 games, as a coach, I was just like, guys, this is what we got to do. So, safe to say, this is not a position that we're not used to. We're very used to having to make comeback games for this current roster.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing, too, that this current roster needs to really work on is, again, with the up-tempo, get more slide tackles in. We've seen a lot of their, goals scored when they really kind of sit into their own pace. and they haven't been able to do that. And it all's going to have to come down with setting this initial kickoff. And if they can set it off, get the clear out, get it done, they'll be able to go ahead and maybe get a first goal.
Here we go, game 5. Kickoff going to fall right into Bike's lap. Net's almost open. He tried to beat one, and it's a nice little beat. Tonks there to collect. Weak shot falls on the Colin.
TJ going to go ahead, dig it into the left-hand corner. He's going to try and set up a double back here pass, but no one's there for the follow-up. So maybe it is a communication issue here as Tonkin is going to go ahead, dig it out left to right. No follow-up there as Colin able to steal this one away, take it across the timeline.
The boost is just there for Colin. UNI present needs to find a way to just have Colin be picking up boost pennies instead of these big boost pads. Anytime he finds the ball, he's always picking up 100 pad to the next 100 pad. Colin's really good at following the ball into the next 100 pad.
Colin gonna go ahead, squeeze it out, pass over to Stove. Stove can't save it. Where's the follow-up? And a nice dig out by AJ. Missed opportunity there for the current roster.
I do gotta say it's a missed opportunity, but Tonkin's able to pass it off the sidebar to Bikes. I gotta say, this Alumni team's pretty good. I wouldn't expect him to play that bad. I would just kind of wait back and just wait for the save. The save never came out, and it became so awkward for the Alumni team. The present team was able to capitalize. 4 minutes left. The present team up 1 goal in this game.
Yeah, and it's nice initial kickoff here for Bikes in this current roster. However, Colin, again, with the full set of boosts, he's going to take some aerials, pass it over to TJ. Nice little pinch out. And Bikes able to dig it out. They're communicating.
Scary.
See, the thing about us old people is we know how to communicate, and we have so much wisdom beyond our years. So a really nice kind of high-level play there by the Alumni.
Yeah, I do gotta say, this Alumni team has a wisdom. They do have to check the oil, how to change the brakes, how to fix an engine when there's an issue. This present roster doesn't really have that under the belt yet, and we're gonna try and see them follow in the corner. A demo comes out and Colin swoops up for defense, and we see a double commit come out of this present team. Both on low boost. It's up to Bikes to try and get there. Stove gonna clear from the backboard. Bikes gonna try and collect it, try and take an awkward shot in the net. Try and get this Alumni team awkward. Tonk collects it, fakes it for TJ. Oh my goodness. Is this what this present team has found? Is communication back up for this present team? 2 goals up in this game 5.
See, that's the other symptom that we've noticed with this current roster is they'll put down the gas, then they'll kind of let up for a couple games, and they always have to set it up for that situation where if the current roster, off the initial kickoff, AJ gonna get it in.
I wonder what kickoff tactic happened here. Was it a tactical miss? Was it an accident? We'll quite see what happened. Ron tried to delay it looked like, or just had an awkward speed flip, and AJ was just faster than him.
And with that, only 1 goal deficit for the Alumni.
Now that I think about it, wasn't there a time where it was AJ and TJ on the team? How
Absolutely.
was that cast in? Was that easier or harder than Colin and Colin?
It was about the same because I could get it out as TJ and AJ because it was a lot more difficult saying Conlon and Colin. A lot more messes up there.
Yeah,
but
the verbs on it seem
Yeah.
a little bit more trickier to handle.
It's-
Tonkin gonna go to the backboard, get a quick save, and Colin's there to follow it up to the backboard, but Tonkin's still there to collect. Dove up and squeezes it between. Alumni tie this game 5 up 2-2.
yeah, Stove is just one of those hidden members that you never really quite think about as he's always the third man lurking. He's not necessarily the third man back, but he's always there.
I just noticed Stove 2015. He get this game in beta or alpha? Is he that old?
I mean, he could be. I mean, I remember when we were both still in school together, and he was just playing Rocket League whenever he could.
So he's 60 now, right? Stove? He's
At
60
least,
years
if we
old.
round up, right?
So you're about 62. That makes just it's both in class at the same time.
Listen here, I'm going to revoke your AARP card.
That's all right. I don't think I have that. I'm too young to know what that is.
And this one, nice demo coming out for Tonkin on Stove, and Colin again applying that pressure, pinching it out. Pass over to AJ, makes one miss, tries to float it up for the double back. Stove setting it up, and Colin going to go ahead and try to reset for this Alumni team.
This Alumni team was very caught forward in that 52-down corner. It was just like a horse race to get to that ball. The Alumni got it there first, but the Alumni might be caught out awkward. Bikes with the shot from midfield. Steph Curry's it into the bottom right corner.
I wouldn't call it quite the Steph Curry move, but a really nice, well-placed shot there by Bikes. And just AJ saw it coming, but couldn't quite squeeze it out there on the right side of the post. And right now, the current roster up 1.
Oh no. Oh, no.
And just like that, we tied it up.
Oh, what happened?
And this is 2 initial kickoff goals by the Alumni team, so maybe they're getting a little bit too big in their britches.
I do gotta say, I saw the kickoff tactic there. TJ was trying to get to his own corner, and he missed the ball entirely while trying to push it to his own corner. We gotta touch the ball on kickoff, guys. We can't give it away. That's 2 free goals now, and that is a goal for present team. You know what? Nothing matters for a goal.
3 initial kickoff goals already just in this game alone. And again, just a really nice 50 follow-up here by Tonkin, catching it off the carom. And, you know, the Alumni team just didn't have a play for that.
I gotta say, it's almost like we're watching a 1v1 show match right now for the amount of kickoff goals coming out. You know, it's
It
just
certainly
like
feels that
something
way.
you shouldn't be seeing here. TJ gonna try and bait on net to the own corner. Stove clears out to midfield to Tonk. Tonk gonna try and pass it back to TJ, and Braun's just gonna wait a little bit. Collins, sidewall touch, can't get much out of it. He's gonna retreat back, and Bike's gonna push it down to offense.
Colin tries to kick back up off the ceiling, gets demoed for it. Tonkin gonna go ahead, take it over left to right. Try to see if Bikes can follow it up. Stove steals it away.
Gotta see a pass back to the own defense. Tonk's gonna collect it after I don't know who it was, pass it back. AJ was just fast in the corner, beats out whoever player that is. TJ passes it back to Tonk. Tonk finds a nice little kind of bump on AJ there, and Bice up for the shot. Gonna be a little weak, and it gets saved by Colin.
With 104 left to play, this current roster is still up by 1, and I feel like they're doing a really good job with these demolitions. Of course, they're getting a lot of luck with those initial kickoff goals, but still, I love the pace of play that this current roster is giving.
They're certainly trying to set their own goals and their own gameplay. I see a lot more demos and bumps coming out, and I also just saw Colin trying to demo chase one of her own and get a fruitless effort. This present team is starting to get this Alumni team kind of stuck in their own corner now. Bikes from the backboard is going to save it, and 50 it. Stove tries and pushes it down. It doesn't quite work out. Colin with the crossbar dink. Ain't going to find it, and AJ's going to try and bump Braun off of this, but it doesn't quite work out.
Less than 30 seconds to play. AJ trying to set it up, but he doesn't have enough boost. Tonkin's going to seal this one away. Bring it into the Alumni side of the field where AJ will go ahead, or excuse me, Colin will go ahead and get it cleared out. Here come the offense. Here's the solo. Makes 1 miss. Makes a 2nd miss, but doesn't get the follow-up into the goal. 6 seconds, ball floating up in the air. Here's Tonkin. He's going to work it right to left. Tries to pitch it down. AJ trying to double back. Where's the follow-up? Can't get it there for Stove.
The ball's still up. Colin has it. He's going to try and retreat it back, but Bikes is there to try and bump him away. He pinches off the sidewall. Current roster takes game 5. Stay alive for a game 6 to follow suit.
And this is exactly what I wanted to see, is both of these teams playing at their highest level possible, and a really nice job there by the current roster, able to go ahead and get critical saves in the last 10 seconds.
What do you think? We think we see a game 6 quick and easy. We go to game 7. What are you expecting here?
I fully expect a game 7.
I think we want a game 7. Who doesn't want a game 7?
Right,
You know?
there might be some collusion going over there.
There might be some tactical throwing for the show match. We're not quite sure, but we are us casters ourselves. We want a game 7.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, we don't want to let the Alumni go and home packing already.
You know, yeah, it's a long walk, especially because they gotta use their canes and there's so many stairs to get down here. All their crutches and all their walkers. You know, for the old people to get down here, you know, it's quite crazy they could make the trip down.
Yeah, well, it's really awesome that you were able to put this event together, allow, you know, us old people to kind of relive our glory days.
Yeah, I do see you have a wheelchair parked over there, so I hope.
Hey,
you get
that
into
was
it.
mine. I don't want you to talk about that.
I will say though, the one thing that I saw from this present roster, they picked up the bits of play and they played their own game. You know what I was saying last time, the Alumni roster set the pace and the present roster trying to follow suit, and it didn't quite work out. So this game 5 victory solely came out because the present roster got more bumps and demos, started chasing their other team more.
Now, as we can see here, it's Jakey, Arity, and Scrungus. That's the demo team. That's the kill squad for this Alumni team. And I see you breathe heavy here. Maybe this is what we need. And right off the initial kickoff, it's going to be Scrungus passing it over to Jakey.
Harkin there to disrupt it in midfield. Arity tries and pass it quick, but TJ's there to collect. Gonna take it up in the air, take it to the backboard, and it takes all 3 players to try and stop TJ.
Arity gonna go ahead, let Tonkin with the shot, and the goal! The first one to go with a little bit of 18 seconds already in this game 6.
This Alumni roster kind of panicked a bit there. All 3 players were in their own corner. Everybody's ready to get back on offense, but Tonkin plays the midfield ball like he always has in his present roster, catches them off guard and scores the first goal of this game 6.
But again, Jakey, Scrungus, they've been in this situation before. They kind of set in their own way. Once they kind of hit the chemistry stride, they'll start playing up tempo. They'll start communicating, and they'll start getting the ball downfield.
Well, they got less than 5 minutes to find that tempo, that stride, and that consistency together. It's been a while since I've seen the two play together. Tonkin gets beat in the midfield, but Bronze there collect. Jakey gonna try and bump in, doesn't get the boost either, and Arity is there to try and bump it back to the backboard. Pass it to the midfield, nobody's there, and Tonkin's just awkward.
Jakey gonna go ahead, try and maintain the pressure. He'll bump it back to himself off the wall. Follow up by Scrungus. Tries to get it in the corner, can't. Arity trying to squeeze it out. 50. And TJ will go ahead, get this one cleared out. And another clenching situation here for the current roster.
I gotta say, I think I'm seeing a bunch of tactical whiffs from both sides of this field. Just faking on defense, faking the save, letting your other player go to it, and throwing the offense off guard. Jakey gets a nice awkward touch over the Panther Esports defenders with a little disruption on the backboard by Strungus and Arity.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where you had Tonkin and TJ over in the corner, and just Jakey with the game sense realizing that, hey, if I can just take this aerial mid-pitch, it's down and in, and we're tied 1-1.
4 minutes left to play. It's almost like the game just started. Arity gonna try and take it up and go for a squishy reset. Can't really get it. Almost gets it past TJ, but he reads it well. Jakey gonna try and play it fast in the corner, but it's gonna get passed back to Tonkin. Strikes, disrupts it. He's gonna follow it, try and push it off the backboard to pass it someone on UNI, but misses it. Arity collects, and Arity, you're right, doing bumps and demos. He's pushing people off the ball and getting into Jakey. Jakey in the air, he's dangerous. He goes for a demo. Oh, that's cringe. I'll be honest.
Oh, see, look at all this wisdom that this alumni team has from coast to coast. He kept that ball in the air a long time. I didn't know that they were doing free in-flight service here.
Yeah, I do gotta say the air dribble bump, into a demo, it's very tactical, very cringe. But when it works, it works. Off the kickoff, Bike's gonna score it quickly, and we're back 2-2.
And again, it's this current roster being able to not be unshaken by these fringe goals or these quick succession things or anything. They're locked in and they're trying to push it to a game 7.
We did see there kind of in the replay that Scrungus pushed up really hard, and it seemed like Bikes was ready for that, and that's why we were able to just score so quickly off the kickoff, is that we read the second man was going to push very hard and deep there. TJ can collect off his own backboard, pinches it, 2 Bikes, but Jakey's there to collect. He's going to try and get a sideball read, push it to the backboard, and present roster going to try and collect this, takes his time there. Scrungus takes a 50. He's not going to give anybody time, going to try and ball their time whole, and Bronze up, push it back down to the corner, and present roster playing a little patient in their own corner, and it's working out.
Jakey will go ahead, bump it over. Bike's trying to set up something aerial here, but Strungus right there to take it away. Tries to set up the double back. TJ able to clear it out right to left.
Try to take their time, but they couldn't really figure out who to get the ball to, and TJ rotated back as quick as he could just to get to the backboard and make the save. Still tied with half the game left to play. Arity tries to pass it to Jakey, but it doesn't work out. And Bikes nearly passes it. It's an open net. It's almost an open net. It's not an open net.
No, it's not. And a really nice heads-up demolition there by Scrungus, recognizing that the foot race was right there. Gets the demo on the lead player. Just a really good heads-up play by Scrungus.
I saw heaven for a few seconds there. TJ sends it to the backboard, and Tonks is there, going to try and disrupt it. TJ steals a boost, Bikes up in the air, is going to try and collect it. He's going to go off the ceiling, gets one touch off the ceiling, and Jakey collects it himself. TJ passes it back to midfield. It might go in. TJ with the sidewall snipe.
Yeah, really nice job here. Just able to kind of take the open opportunity there with the transition here by Jakey and able to get the follow-up. And the current roster leads it with 2 minutes left to play.
Jakey's 2 hard touches kind of give the ball away to the present team, and that mistake just led to another goal for this present team. Tonkin off the kickoff, going to try and flip, but he has no boost getting power on it. TJ's there to follow it up, but this present roster doesn't have boost to begin this offense.
Grunga's going to go ahead, pass it over to Arity. He'll flip reset, defers, and TJ able to get this cleared out over to Tonkin. He'll try to pinch it out down and in. However, that's going to be stolen away by Scrungus. He's going to go ahead, take it coast to coast, passes over to Arity, and I feel like that was a miscommunication there on the double commit.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of miscommunication. Or maybe it was a team pitch, because, we saw AJ and Colin try and go for that in the last game, and that's quite scary. Maybe they were calling for a team pinch there. We're not quite sure. But back to the corner we go. Scrungus gets beat. Brontron tries to push it out, and Arity just fumbles it down. trying to get across the net. He couldn't do that, and now we're back on transition on offense. Bronchon playing it fast, beats one, but can't get it out to the midfield. Honk here, got to beat Scrungus. Scrungus beats him out, and we have to see is there UNI Panther back to their own backboard. Yes, there is. Bronchon gets her just in time to stop the goal from going in. 1 minute left to play.
And I think the biggest thing here is that maybe there's just too much passing with this Alumni roster. That if Arity would have taken that mid-pitch kind of side bump, try to get it to the net, maybe instead of passing it back to Jakey, maybe there would have been a follow-up there and a goal. However, just a lot of passing going on and a lot of technical plays that aren't quite being well executed from either team.
Sometimes you do a little bit too much. That's one thing that's hard to figure out as a player is when is a pass too much? When is a touch too extra? When it's about the timings and finding the right time to shoot the ball, the right time to pass the ball, the right time to demo. Right there, we see Tonkin wait a bit. CJ called for a demo play, but couldn't quite get it. Bron's going to collect on the sidewall, but Jakey's going to disrupt. DJ's going to cut this and take his time as Ari kind of flounders about. Tonkin passes back to the midfield, and I think present team going to do their best to try and close this game 6 out.
Jakey, though, he's got one defender, able to get this one bumped up. TJ trying to nose it in, does, and we are going to that game 7.
Yeah, I think this is something that everybody wants to see. You want to see a nice game 7. It's always fun to try and go the distance. Now, the question is, do we get the Alumni Super Team? Do we get AJ, Colin, and Jakey, which is what we saw game 1 that's kind of destroyed this present roster?
Well, I think that is what really supplements this Alumni roster. You got Colin there, able to get with the ball presence, the assists. You got Jakey, offensive powerhouse, can really take the aerials on the solo once the ball is on the offensive side of the pitch. And of course, you got the third man back with AJ, who has a lot of really great saves.
I think this present roster has got a lot more comfortable and learned how each player on this Alumni roster plays, and I think that's really key to them winning these last 2 games so far after going down 1-3 in the series, is that they started, they're warmed up now. Brontron, after rollerblading all the way over here from whatever building he came from, here to play now. We see a lot more communication, and this Alumni team, kind of like their slow pace is no longer working. The present roster can run faster than these Alumni old boats.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that this Alumni roster needs to take advantage of, it's going to be those that plagued the current roster all season. It's going to be the transition offense. It's going to be the tempo. And it's going to be the ability to, dismantle the communication structure. If they can do that, I feel like the Alumni team will get a pull-out win and a series win.
All right, game 7, ready to go. We do see the Alumni Super Team, Colin, Jake, and AJ. This is everything goes. Both teams trying their hardest to win this game 7. Who's better? UNI of the past or UNI of the present? Here we go. Game 7.
I'm seeing Scrooge McDuck all over here. Past, present, future, potentially here.
It is not Christmas, though. We got to wait till July.
Absolutely. Christmas in July. Love it. Already Jakey off with the top of the crossbar. And again, missed opportunity as this one's going to be cleared out with a far deep shot. Colin, though, Jakey able to get this saved, and he's going to go ahead take it coast to coast.
Colin Jakey has such good area control. It's so hard for this present team to try and disrupt it. Colin, though, going to get the demo. AJ going to clear around him, but there's not enough boost. Can TJ get there in time? TJ gets a save. There's still 0 goals with 4 minutes to go. Tonkin going to clear to the backboard. This is not your game 1. We are in game 7. Here we go.
Absolutely. The presence and the pace has picked up substantially here as Bikes will go ahead, try to set up the double back. Jakey able to clear it out. Tonkin to go ahead, pass it to TJ. And that's another thing that we haven't seen a lot this time around is the Tonkin TJ kind of pass plays on offense. But Bikes right there with a big save. Always the third man back and always dependable.
We are seeing, though, I think one thing I'm noticing is that this Alumni team kind of getting caught out. They're kind of pushing a little too deep in the midfield. And these balls that we're clearing are kind of getting dangerously close to the net. Time will tell if one stray present roster clear is going to be the deficit for this Alumni team.
Bikes tries to nose it down, passes it over to TJ. However, AJ will go ahead, interrupt that. TJ, Colin, fighting it out for the corner, passes over to AJ. He'll go ahead, take the solo. Nice demo coming out from Colin. AJ with the aerial, puts it in the left-hand corner. Alumni strike first in game 7.
That was some great communication. TJ was trying to cut there, but Colin takes him out, and Colin headhunts Tonkin the best he can. Alumni roster takes advantage of the situation, gets the first goal of Game 7.
And again, it all comes down to that communication aspect. If he didn't call for the demo, he probably wouldn't have gotten a goal. So really great job by this Alumni team going up 1-0. As I just say that, we're tied 1-1 in the series.
The saving grace of this present roster, kickoff goals. I gotta say, Brontron does his best. Brontron, our in-house ones main besides me. You can only play 1v1 so much so you go crazy. I'll be completely honest. But these kickoff goals are really keeping this present roster in this series.
Absolutely. And I've off the initial kickoff here, if this current roster can, take advantage of these mistakes that this Alumni roster is making, trying to be too technical, maybe they could squeak out another goal. However, they have to deal with the pace and presence that is this Alumni team.
Alumni team takes their time, slows the pace of play back in the corner. Jakey beats one, but Tonk's up in the air. He's going to pass it down to Braun, but Jakey plays a 50. Who's there to look for UNI? Nobody's back there. It might be Braun by himself. AJ going to collect to his own corner, and Jakey's coming down the midfield. Tonk cuts it off, clears to the midfield. Awkward corner and just shot. TJ going to try and shoot it, and it doesn't go quite well. TJ passes it back down the midfield. Nobody's there, and a nice, almost quick shot from the present team. Both rosters looking extremely dangerous in this Game 7.
Yeah, AJ, again, with the presence of being that third man back, just sits and waits patiently. Even didn't have a full set of boosts, but timed it perfectly there on the clear. However, TJ going to take it over to the left-hand corner. Passes over to Bikes. Gets it off the top of the crossbar. And the current roster leads it by 1.
We talked about this TJ Tonk connection, but all of a sudden, I want this Brontron, I Ride Bikes, and TJ connection. They're up a goal in this Game 7, and half the game's ready to go. If they can hold this lead, we're going to give it a present win.
Yeah, see, Tonkin already kind of graduated from the to the retirement home, so of course, his effect in play isn't really being considered here with the current roster.
Are you saying that he shouldn't be playing for the current roster? I mean, commencement hasn't happened. That is May 17th, I will say so myself. So he is technically a UNI student, but he still has the age and the play to try and use all the wisdom he can that he's learned from all the years that he played at UNI, which, by the way, if you start listing everybody he's played with so many rosters this time at UNI.
Absolutely. I just want to say it's AJ, it's TJ, it's Arity. There's so many. There's Jakey.
Bikes, A-Bob.
A-Bob, yes.
Was Scrungus one of them?
Scrungus might have been a little bit
I
older.
think he did play with, maybe he played,
maybe in tournament play.
I think there was a lane tournament, but one thing for sure, Tonkin, oh, is that in? No, it's not. Nearly got a long shot from TJ, but Tonkin has just had, usability and durability like any other player we've seen in this Panther Esports organization.
Absolutely. And he could just seamlessly go into any roster here as Bikes. Big save by AJ! And here comes the Alumni team. However, Tonkin trying to set himself up on a double back. That's interrupted by Jakey. He's going to work it out over to Bikes. Bikes going to go ahead, roll it out, try to get a little waterfall with less than a minute to play.
This present team is doing really good at clearing out to the midfield and sending it to a player. And this Alumni roster not really trying to attack in their own corner, just kind of letting it go past their own backboard. I will tell if that's going to become an issue. We're going to get another goal, but right now there's 44 seconds left, and this Alumni roster needs to get a goal to hold on to this Game 7.
Oh, nice clear out by Bikes here as Colin was trying to set something there on the right-hand side. Follow up by TJ off the top of the crossbars, no good. That's going to work out right to left, and 30 seconds left to play. Current roster up by 1. They could take the series here, Brew.
They could, but we don't want to jinx it just yet. Personally, I can't say that. I'm going to curse it.
No, that's what I want.
AJ back in the midfield. TJ finds a demo and Colin on Jakey. Probably the star player for the Alumni roster. Brontron a little awkward, just trying to keep control of this ball as TJ collects a boost pad. Colin up to the backboard, passes it down, and Jakey's stuffed out by TJ. 5 seconds left. Brontron in the corner to clear it out. Jakey tries to pass it to the sidewall, but now we get a 0-second goal. Can the Alumni roster keep it up? DJ with the clear to the backboard, and Jakey keeps it up. We're still going. 0-second drill, but Jakey clears it out way too far. Tonkin drops it down, and the present roster takes the Game 7. UNI present roster better than the Alumni, I think, for sure.
Well, I think one of the biggest things that you got to take it into consideration is a lot of these guys have full-time jobs. They got stuff that they got to do. And again, still a really great play, though, by this Alumni roster.
I do got to say, I want to say excuses. We got full-time student. We're full-time students. I have a part-time job. I coach everything. I think the time's even out. I think it's pretty fair to say that this was an even matchup. And the present roster, struggled a bit in the beginning. You know, we saw them go down 1-3 in the series. Like game one was quite scary. I will say so myself. 5-2 defeat. You know, that's something you don't want to quite see. And they found a way to try and figure it out and crawl back and win a game 7.
Yeah, I think we've seen the situation before. You know, MTSU, Missouri State, all these game 7 situations or final game scenarios. And again, just the adversity, like Tompkins mentioned before, able to overcome, communicate, keep pressing when it matters most. And the clutch factor of this current roster is phenomenal.
Yeah, the clutch factor, it's great. It's wonderful. It's always nice to win the game when you go to game 7. You know, it's always kind of hard to lose game 7 right there, having the guts to pull it back, to go down 1-3 and crawl back and say, hey, this is the status quo for UNI. No matter how far down we go, no matter how hard the game gets, we're going to crawl back. We're going to make you go to a game 7, and we're going to win that game 7.
Absolutely. And it all has to come down off of the, steely eyed of a coach like you, able to get these, guys to lock in when it matters most, and just that training and repetition, able to go ahead and get them the series victory.
Yeah, I gotta say, one of the hardest things to coach is mentality, and I think the one thing I probably did this year as a coach is instill that mentality that, hey, no matter who we play, no matter what the score is, we're gonna go out guns blazing, and we're gonna try and win no matter what scoreline says. In the meantime, though, we're gonna go on a break. While we try and set up some party matches, have a little bit more fun. We're not quite over today with this Rocket League stream. We're gonna throw around. We're gonna do some drop shot. We're gonna do some rumble. We're gonna have some fun here. The try-hardness is over. Excuse me, I couldn't quite find my words. The salty, the cringeness, the saltiness, the try-hard's over. We're going to go on a break. We're going to organize, and we're going to have some party matches for you guys. See you soon.
See you soon.
Yeah, fix it.
Gotta fix the hair. Oh no, we're live. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. If you just are joining us, the current roster able to smoke the Alumni 4-3 in a very excellent Game 7 scenario.
I wouldn't quite say smoke. I would say it was a very tight series, except for that game 1 or whenever like AJ and JK were on the same team until like game 7 came by. I would say it was a really like tight, close series, and my first worry was we're gonna get swept. I'm going into this like while planning this with League, with Overwatch and Rocket League, we were all like the Alumni teams are gonna sweep us, right? Yeah, they're gonna sweep us. And I think last night when the League team played their event, the student roster was able to beat the Alumni roster. And I came into the call, I was like, well, what happened? Well, like, students know how to play. I guess they play more often than the current alumni. But I will say, gonna do a little ad read here. If you're interested in supporting Panther Esports, want to have some hats, some merchandise, some jerseys, this is kind of
Yeah, why don't you get up, show them?
This is a legacy jersey now, but like, if you want to support Panther Esports, want to have a jersey, kind of cooler than this one, I'll say, go to Guardian Pro Line. Guardian Pro Line, UNI Panther Esports, you can get beanies, t-shirts, hoodies, long sleeves, and most importantly, you get a jersey with your name and number on the back of it. So go to guardianproline.com, look for UNI Panther Esports, and help support the student org.
So we're gonna go in ahead and play King of the Hill, which tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, so here are the rules of King of the Hill. Every man for himself. Okay? Your goal is to get the ball in the net, have your name pop up. Once that happens, you go to spectate mode. We start with 8 players, goes down to 1 player. Once 7 people have scored, the 8th person who doesn't score is out. It's like basketball knockout. When a goal is scored, there's no replay. The ball immediately spawns in the middle. So you see people camping out the middle kickoff, waiting for the ball to come and you shoot it. You see people kind of trying to like redirect the ball to seal the shot. Your goal in this game is to fight for yourself and get your name to pop up saying like TJ scored or I ride bike scored. And once that happens, go on the bench. And you do this over and over again until there's 7 players, 6, 5, 4, 3, until there's 2 players for a 1v1. Whoever wins that 1v1 is the winner of the series.
All right, so who do you have taking the King of the Hill?
Who do I have taking the King of the Hill?
Yes.
It has to be Jakey. I'm going to be honest. It has to be Jakey.
I'm gonna say Colin because just his ball presence today has been great, and he's just been really good. And he was there with a little bit of like saying some words to the other team when we were in the call for a little bit. So I got Colin.
I think reliable. I think it's Shaky. With that being said, I'm gonna let the players know to go and get this going.
All right, so it's gonna be so interesting to see how this is gonna play out here.
We're gonna miss some goals. We're just gonna like the director camp's not gonna be able to handle everything. Everybody goes for the kickoff. DJ gonna try and score it, and no, he can't do it. How are we gonna commentate?
I don't think you can commentate something like this.
We just saw 3 blue players go for the ball while AJ was on it. There's gonna be like extreme lack of boost control. It is just a cluster truck, dude. Everything's falling off the back of the truck. Nobody's gonna be able to stock the supermarket.
Yeah, see, I think the biggest thing is that
Oh
you
my
can't
God,
get
Aaron.
it passed around. And the biggest thing is that with this one floated, Stove scores first.
Yeah, the big deal is nobody's gonna want to play defense because if you play defense, like the teammates just gonna steal the ball from me. So it's just like, okay, I'll let that go in, and then I go to the midfield. So the question is, who wants to play defense? Who wants to play offense? Who's gonna go for demos?
And with this, TJ able to get the follow up here, and the ball will again, just like you said, initially reset.
AJ tried capturing it, but Jakey takes it away, and Colin disrupts. Arity up in the midfield is gonna get cleared out. We still have, it's even actually. We've got 3 orange players and 3 blue players.
Yeah, Jakey gonna go ahead, try and take the solos. I feel like it's gonna come down to solo artistry, and out of who's playing right now, I think I'd have to agree it's gonna be Jakey.
I think, yeah, Jakey or Colin was really good. Even though Colin wasn't using a lot of air mechs, he was just beating people with ground play in that best of 7 series. I think if you just beat players, then you're gonna be fine. AJ would not even go for the save. He's just leaving it. He doesn't care if the orange team scores.
Talking.
Yeah, talking a little slow there. It's just like, it's kind of sacrifice. Like, yeah, you can score it. I'm gonna go for the ball in the midfield when it spawns.
Jakey gonna go ahead, miss the shot. Colin to follow it up. He's gonna take some aerials, tries to double back for himself, and that ball's gonna get cleared out.
Bronchon trying to kick control here, but he gets stuffed out by 3 blue players. Kind of a little disrespectful. This one guy said bumping on him.
Bike's gonna go ahead, bump into Jakey. He's gonna get tossed around there in the right-hand corner. Arity,
Oh, it's
call
cleared
it.
out finally.
Able to get this one out and done. Tonkin trying to follow it up, try to get a little waterfall motion going out. Set up for Bike, shot is saved by Arity.
Colin gonna stop that ball. No, he's just gonna miss the save. He's just gonna. Thank you. He's just gonna miss the save. Arity gets a goal in there. Colin, you know, our two players who we said who are gonna like go first are still in there. Though there's 5 players left, there's 4 spots to take. It is kind of worrying. Like, is it just gonna be a 1v3 for Jakey when it comes down to it? Colin gets in. Colin's free. He's safe.
All right, that's exactly what I expected. It's gonna be Jakey gonna just solo on these guys.
Yep, just as you say that, just talking, pulls out the rat move, and Bikes beats. Oh, did he miss it? Does AJ get the save? AJ gets the save. It's a 1v1 between AJ and Bromchon. AJ was able to play the fall semester. He graduated just last fall. Bronchon going to be here for at least a year more, to my knowledge, so it's up to the current Bronchon I Ride Bikes. Try and solo, get past it. From what I know, Bronchon plays a lot of 1v1, so I would expect him, you know, him going out round 1 would be kind of an upset in my opinion.
Yeah, and AJ, I don't know what his 1v1 experience is, but like you said, he did used to play a little bit. However, he has a very good deal of patience. He knows when to take those opportunities when he needs to, and just a little floater in the demo.
Ooh.
AJ.
It is not your mama's 1v1. AJ takes out Bronchon, the in-house person, and we're just gonna go right into round 2. There's no stopping this. Just go, go, go.
And off the initial kickoff, it's going to be on the blue side of the pitch. Arity to bump it up. Colin going to try and steal this one away. Get slide tackled out of the way. Shot is good for TJ. He got the little backflip on there.
Nobody's there back for the orange team, but Colin is going to bump the ball off of whoever that was. AJ played a little bit closer. You're going to fall backwards, so Colin tries to do something with his near boost. Tonkin there. He could collect it, though. You do have a demo. By the way, there is friendly fire on. You can demo your own color teammate. So blue team can demo blue team here. I mean, you see that come out, but now blue team kind of just, I don't know what they're doing, man. You know, I can't tell what they're doing.
Shot off the top of the crossbars. No good. Arity to collect it, and he's going to go ahead, work it across the timeline. Tries to set it up. 2 defenders there. Floats it. Jakey with the clear.
I do got to say, even though Rocket League does have a lot of issues, a nice little ping they add is kind of like a nice little salt to the wound. A little lemon juice to the paper cut whenever
Absolutely.
you don't like score it, it hits a crossbar. I do gotta say it does kind of tilt you a bit. We'll see if that affects Jakey as the series goes on. But right now, Arias has to collect. Colin playing the disruptive gameplay like he always has. AJ's gonna have a 1v1 chance in the air. Gets stuffed out by Jakey. Arias gonna try and pinch it back to the net, follow it up himself. But Tonkin's gonna steal it. Arias passes the ball to Tonkin. Colin rats it and gets his own goal. Colin is safe. And we now have AJ, Stove, and Arias while Jakey's by himself on the orange team.
This is exactly what I was expecting during this first round, is the 1v3 setup. Now it's finally equalized for Jakey.
Stove is playing defense. Stove is playing defense. Jakey's going for demos. Stove is not letting somebody get a free goal here.
Jakey will go ahead, get the shot just off the left side of the post, and Jakey gonna have to reset on this one. Here comes the blue team offense for Arity.
AJ steals it, and Jakey's gonna rat race it. Jakey gets a steal off of AJ, and now it's up to Stove and Arity to try to score in the orange goal. Both players on the blue team, by the way. It's gonna be a question, how is this gonna work out? Uh-oh. It might be clear. That might be it. Stove tries to go for a demo, and Arity doesn't get quite bumped. Stove is out. Arity survives for round 3.
All right, and here comes the next round. And it looks like it's going to be a perfect 3v3 at this point between the colors, as Arity will go ahead demo his own blue player of TJ.
Tonkin gonna clear it to the backboard, try and follow it up if he can. He beats TJ out, and he's gonna need to keep control of the ball the best he can, but Jakey clears it up. 2 orange players up, and AJ saves it. He's not letting Colin get home free.
Jakey misses the aerials. That's going to be cleared out by, I believe, Arity. And AJ tries to double back for himself. Doesn't have the aerials. Tries to double back again. Tries to pitch it in the corner. TJ able to save it. And AJ's going to go ahead and work this one out back again.
It's gonna be a lot of close calls. You know, if they want, it could be like 5 people sitting down against 1 person. You know, we could see some Hunger Games happen. We could see some people team up against each other to the very end. You know, it's who's gonna do the team, who's gonna save the ball, who's gonna stab your own player in the back. You know, we kind of saw Stove do that last time. Look where it got him. Stove is out. after trying to play against his own color teammate.
That's kind of like Survivor. Who's going to get voted off the island here? And there is going to be some collusion play. I guarantee you, with the current situation of these guys, I completely agree.
TJ's not letting Arity get free. AJ's just sort of waiting for a chance. He's just going to let it go to his own corner. He doesn't really care what happens. TJ just passed it to the midfield, I guess, to Colin.
Colin going to go ahead, try to get some aerials, tries to squeeze it in the right-hand corner, can't do it.
That was a close flip reset. AJ just trying not to have the blue team have this for free, and Arity's just going to try and go for a demo here. Gonna pass it back, trying to do something on corner. He demoed Jakey. Doesn't really want him on the ball either. Colin's been masterful in the air, might I say. It's the only time until he gets a goal in.
And just like that, we saw a weird, awkward sandwich moment, and now all three members of the orange team trying to chase and get the ball. Arity gonna go ahead and get it bumped off the top of the ceiling before getting demoed. And this one's gonna be cleared out by the orange team. Colin, over to AJ. Double back for Colin. Squeezed it in. No, Jakey right there.
Arity's just all around the field. Arity's just here to bump and demo anybody gets in his way. I don't know
Let
if
the
he's
chaos
concerned-
reign.
I don't think he's concerned about scoring a goal yet. I think he's just trying to be a nuisance.
Tonkin gonna go ahead, pinch it down, pass it over to Colin. Colin to clear it out.
Arity just misses a double touch. He would have been the first player to get past this round 3.
Jakey gonna go ahead, set it up. Gets demoed. Tonkin trying to double off the right-hand side, pinches over to Colin. Or Colin. Colin and Colin.
Colin. Well, luckily, we got Jakey to go to his Steam account, so he is using the Steam username, and it is Jakey now, so we don't gotta worry about saying Colin. Colin. Holy
Colin.
cow.
Colin.
Colin, yeah.
Yeah.
Jakey is gonna get a little clear here, almost pinches it with AJ to the orange net. This is the longest round we've had so far.
Yeah. But especially between eliminations here, and I feel like a lot of it has to come through the disruption of like Arity, you know, demoing. TJ's gotten a couple demos on Jakey. So it's just one of those awkward situations.
Okay, Colin scores a goal. Domino effect. Who's gonna get the next one? Arity clears out. Arity clears it for himself.
And another initial kickoff. That's going to be talking in.
AJ has a 1v1. Tries to fake out TJ. Doesn't work out. It's up to TJ, Jakey, and AJ to try and score the next goal. Jakey gonna try to take it up in the air. Doesn't quite finally get it. I think TJ and AJ's just waiting. AJ's just waiting in the middle. I just saw that. TJ and Jakey are just putting against each other right now. AJ's just waiting in the middle, waiting for something to happen. Not quite getting a doomsday dish. And TJ just went back to midfield as well.
It's kind of the situation where you're kind of playing with your food. Again, multiple opportunities here for TJ and Jakey to get the goal. However, they know that AJ was kind of waiting for that ball to reset.
TJ steals it. Oh no, Jakey!
Your guy for the shoe-in is out.
I'm gone. My prediction's wrong. You still got Colin though.
Absolutely.
Oh, that is an act of betrayal.
Absolutely.
That is betrayal if I've ever seen it.
And Jakey looks upset. He was standing up over there. And he's all red. Look at him. And just like that, Colin gonna go ahead, try set him up for himself, point it in, and Colin stays alive.
Yeah, you are tooting your own horn, aren't you here? AJ rats it out, gets the goal immediately after Colin scores. AJ, TJ, and Tonkin all on their own right now.
Ball just lazily goes in front of the net, no one to follow it up to hammer it home. Tonkin versus TJ and Arity. And Arity is gonna go ahead, take the
Tonkin just
solo
gave it
shot.
away. Now it's up to the two current roster players, TJ versus Tonkin. You know, I will say there were some practices in our free time where we did King of the Hill ourselves. And I gotta say, it always came down to TJ. Yeah, we came down to TJ. Yeah, TJ cleans it up.
Off the initial kickoff, it's still an even 2v2 in this scenario here. Off the initial kickoff, AJ gonna fake it, passes over to TJ. TJ gonna get the demo on Colin. AJ and Arity. Demo on AJ. Colin to go ahead, pitch it out. That's cleared out by TJ. He's got to work against AJ. Gosh, now I'm feeling like the old roster. TJ, Arity.
TJ, Arity, AJ,
Yeah.
Colin. Yeah.
Oh, man.
I was just like spacing out. I just noticed you said that. I'm like, oh my goodness. So many J's.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, just saying, if I get on the team, maybe if it's a JV team, I don't think there's anybody gonna have the dog in the username. You don't know. We can come to next semester, all of a sudden we have 9 new freshmen who are trying to play Rocket League. We'll see.
And they're all gonna have the same name.
Yeah, there's going to be TJ Dog, AJ Dog, Arity Dog, Colin Dog. Yep, everybody's in with Dog in the username.
Please don't conspire against me.
I'm not going to conspire against you. There can only be one pet owner part of this organization. It's me. I own a beautiful Malamute. And I will say, you know, completely off topic, it's in between the spring right now. You can see her summer coat and winter coat.
Oh.
I had to use 3 rolls of lint roller today to get all the fur off of my jean and my uniform. It is that bad. Colin sneaks it in. TJ's going to red it out. So it's between Arity and AJ Witt trying to score it out. We'll see what it comes down to. AJ and Arity were teammates in the past, just so you know, back in the last fall semester, it was AJ and Arity. Arity clears it out, so AJ's going to try and get back. Arity falls back a bit and gets an awkward touch over AJ. Arity, he's finding himself a lot of times in these last 1v1s, and he's just winning these final 1v1s.
Yeah, and he's gonna be in a 1v2 scenario here, so he's gonna have to put the gas down if he wants to stay alive.
I'm not really sure if it's a 1v2. I think we're going to see the 2 orange players kind of collide against each other or play it out. Colin, then was his own teammate. Now it's up to Arity off the kickoff. Gets it over. Oh my goodness, Arity. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to count them down, right? Countdown.
Oh, and this is exactly what I want. You know, of course, the initial.
Okay, here we go.
And here it goes off the initial kickoff, and it all comes down to this: Colin and Arity. I believe Colin graduated maybe a year before Arity was on the team, or maybe he was on the JV team at the time.
I'm not sure. See, this is all before me. I came in UNI fall 2023. I joined the Rocket League team immediately, played for UNI White, took a break to do social media manager, came back this year to play UNI Gold and be head coach. That is what I've done so far this year. Now I'm vice president and running for president, might I say, elections. And you know what? I'm talking. Arity just won. Arity just won.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did a great job there, kind of taking it, you know, left to right instead of just down the pitch. And just a really good play against Colin as Colin was kind of chasing the ball around, wasn't quite getting his own plays in. And I feel like that came off of the initial kickoff where Arity was able to assume control and get the goal.
Yep, Arity going to take series 1 of this King of the Hill show match that we have going on. Colin kind of feels second. You know, now that we saw kind of how everything played, predictions for the second series. Who do you have going in?
Arity, 100%.
Arity, you're gonna pick Arity. I'm picking Colin. I'm sorry. I'm gonna pick Colin.
Why you gotta pick my old pick?
He looked good. He looked good. He got second. He made it to second. You're right. Colin's doing really good today. You know, Arity was able to. I think Arity has a lot of practice in these King of the Hill 1v1s from what I've seen so far. He was in like 4 1v1s in these rounds, and he wins all of them. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm expecting a full solo masterclass here, but AJ gonna go ahead.
Bikes trolls the midfield. Arity scores it. Arity secures himself. Do you think we'll see Arity kind of like score earlier now that he's a bit more comfortable with the gameplay?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like his strategy has been so ultimate here in this King of the Hill series, and I feel like that's the biggest thing when you're playing King of the Hill is the strategy of it all.
Right. I think like this isn't just normal like 1v1 or like working together. Like you gotta like pick your pieces. You know, 5 seconds here, your teammates with the other guy, and then 5 seconds later, your teammates with the person on blue. Like it's just trying to figure out who can you get the ball off of so you can score yourself. You know, Jakey nearly gets it, and then Colin saves it. I think Tonkin also tried to steal the goal from Jakey there as well. Go for another solo play. Oh my goodness, Jakey.
Tried to fake it out. Bike's trying to hammer it away. Bikes though, mid pitch. Tries to double back for himself, can't get the follow-up. Colin's going to go ahead, take it across the timeline. He'll go ahead, he'll do a little solo play. Slides, tackles a bunch of people out of the way, but Jakey with the big save.
Kind of at standstill right now after 2 players score. We kind of got reset back to that round 3 we had earlier. That took a long time for that domino effect to finally happen. Colin, 0 boost, just trying to take a 50 while he waits to get more boost. Mike's going to try and Doomsy dish it back in, and he can't quite get it. TJ gonna clear it to the midfield as Jakey stops him out, but he gets demoed for his efforts.
Yeah, TJ able to go ahead, get the demo on that as a double commit comes out from the blue team. However, Colin with a full set of boost, gonna try and take it across the timeline. Flips, resets. Jakey to intercept and push it away. Bikes, over to Tonkin.
Passes it to Tonkin. You know what? I think he did that on purpose. You
Absolutely.
know? I'm outlining at all 3 teams there now. TJ scores it. Colin gets a little disruptive with Stove on that side of the field, but can't quite find it. Colin just gonna shoot on his own net. Colin just gonna do a rat gameplay. Vice gets in for free. Vice gets past round 1 for free there because Colin's trying to do something fancy. Though, can't quite keep control as Jakey clears it into his own field. Colin has it free right now. The net's open. Can he shoot it? Yes, he can. And Stove, not quite there in time. Is Stove just gonna... Stove gives up. Stove gives up. Oh, he resets it. Wait, he resets it. I forgot. It's fine. He's fine. Stove reset it back to the midfield, so now it's a fair 1v1 between Stove and Jakey.
Jakey gonna go ahead again with his solo aerials, doesn't have the angle. Stove able to steal this one away, and now it's a foot race with a little bit of boost. It's Stove, it's Jakey, it's Stove!
Jakey, you know, I picked him for the first series. And he's just getting unfortunate, you know. I think it's safe to say Jakey's a bit more of a team player. A lot of these solo plays he allows his teammates to follow up. I'm not sure if that's what it was when it was at UNI, but Jakey's just not quite made for these selfish plays.
Absolutely. He is a big team player, able to set up the compliments on his team. And again, it's just one of those situations where if Jakey has the ball and the opportunity, he's always going to give it over to the next guy.
There's Tonkin. Tonkin's through. So now we have TJ's through. I'm just going to say he goes through. So it's just one and over and over and over again. AJ finds a demo.
He's going to take it.
No, he missed
No,
it.
he missed it.
Braun's just waiting. AJ has to make a save with 0 boost.
He's gonna
Arity
try
goes.
and
Arity
save
doesn't
it.
care. Braun gonna try and get himself safe. He messes up though. And AJ clears it out. We're now down to a classic 1v1 with low boost. AJ has no boost. Brontron just picked up the full. He's just trying to get to his own corner. He might go for a demo here. Braun trying to play annoying. Doesn't quite have it to work out. And now AJ has control.
AJ does a great job here, kind of, again, with the patience and waiting. And again, with those interruption slide tackles and bumps that we've seen. Excellent job. I expect him to get the goal here for the solo. He has some aerials in the back pocket.
Wow. Nice and simple. Face a flip reset. Forces Braun in a squishy save. And, you know, when you're low boost like that, how are you supposed to make a good save?
Colin gonna go ahead, pinch it out down. Here come the orange team. And just like that, orange team gets a demo on themselves. Shot in the corner for AJ's good.
That was quick, you know. I didn't quite expect that. A lot of these rounds have taken a while for the first goal to come out, but now that we're kind of like whittling the herd down, we're gonna see these. I hope we see it. I may have just jinxed it. I hope we see it. A lot of these faster games come out from these series.
Colin gonna go ahead, try and pinch it in, but it's 50 by Arity. Again, another awkward 50. No follow up by an orange team player as Arity will go ahead, take it left to right. Ball's gonna be up in the air for TJ. He'll try to double back. Colin to get it. And Tonkin able to get this one in.
Oh, it tries to be a little cheeky there. Scores it right there, but Colin and Arity there just stomp him out, not letting him get a free goal. TJ on the ball, just like both corners, but Arity's just kind of waiting. I think Arity's going to try and steal the ball here, but Stowe takes a 50, forces the backboard, and Colin's just going to fake a save. Arity gets demoed for his efforts, and Colin going to try and beat out one player. TJ lets it slide by. Colin, blow boost, going to try and get it past Arity, but Arity collects it on backboard.
Off the top of the ceiling, Arity's going to go ahead and collect it and again take the aerials mid-pitch. He might pass it to TJ, but TJ bumps it out.
It's a race. It's a race. Is Colin her last touch? Yes, he does. TJ's just going to wait. TJ's going to try and put it in his own corner. I don't think there's going to be a save coming out of time. Now it's between Stove and Arity. Arity, the man who won it all last time, gets a save to the backboard, but still just collected 100. Arity clears it out. It might be too fast for Stove. I think he gets her in time. He doesn't get there in time. Arity survives.
Let's go for Arity. Again, just a really nice kind of follow-up play. Just has enough boost at the right time, and that's exactly what it is. It's strategy and boost collection. Great job by Arity there, staying alive.
Arity, you know what? I'll say it myself. I did not expect Arity to be the king of 1v1. Going to this Alumni, I was expecting like all these mechy guys like Jakey and Colin to just kind of really. Colin did get second, and the first series we held with King of the Hill. I will say so myself. TJ gets out first, by the way, and I was like, Arity, just a simple mechs, just the thoughtful gameplay. He's playing 3D chess. Everybody else is playing checkers. AJ scores first. I mean, second here. Now Tonkin misses the open net. He's gonna try and get off the backboard here, but I'm not sure he's gonna quite get it with all his boost.
Yeah, he runs out of boost and momentum. Arity's going to get some boost stolen away by him. He's got about 40 left, and it's going to be a 1v2. Makes one defender miss. Tries to float it in. Gets the 50 off the top of the ceiling. Colin, though, will go ahead and get it cleared. I fully expect it to be an interruption play by Tonkin and Colin. But nope, Colin will go ahead, get it scored. Tonkin playing the mid-pitch.
Arity back in this 1v1. He gets bumped off by Tonkin. So Tonkin can go make a save unless it's too awkward for him. Tonkin just spent a lot of his boost though to try and make that save, and Arity can just shoot it on net. He pulls Tonkin out. The bait and switch. Arity survives another 1v1. Tonkin is down and out.
Strategy. It all comes down to this, and we're out to our final 4 players, which is Arity, TJ, Colin, and AJ.
Holy cow, Arity's brain is just like the wrinkliest, biggest brain we've ever seen.
See, you get that in the retirement home.
Yeah, you get that in the retirement home. You know, you learn a lot once you're not like always having to play with 2 other teammates. You get some time for yourself, you know. You learn a lot more about 1v1 and strategy. Arity is just like player. I don't know how to say. He is just
Absolutely.
a straight up Rocket League player.
Colin trying to double back for himself. Can't get the follow-up, and Arity with the demo. Trying to take it across the timeline. He's got a full set of boosts, but he's going to conserve that as the ball's going to be awkwardly 50'd as Colin will take it off the wall. Try to solo it. Pass to AJ.
AJ tries to steal it. Gets the sidebar ping. A little just letting you know you don't get that free from me. TJ just demos Arity, so Arity's out of the play. TJ's trying to be selfish and take it for himself, but it doesn't quite work out as AJ makes a save.
AJ gonna go ahead, let the ball float up, makes Arity miss, makes TJ miss, and it's a foot race.
Oh, we'll see. Arity bumps away TJ, and it's an open net. Does he do it? Does he do
He
it?
always sets himself up off of that kickoff, and he just lurks mid-pitch, waits for the ball to reset, and he's straight there for the goal.
He's 2 steps ahead, and now we have 3 players of Arity, AJ, and Colin.
Colin able to go ahead, take the mid-air 50. AJ to clear it out. He's going to have to dig it out left to right with a full set of boost. Arity makes Colin miss. Makes... Holy! With the
my
shot!
Goodness. It's a rematch of last time. Who does Arity keep his crown, or does Colin takes it? Arity tries to 50 it, but it goes to his own corner. Now he's stuck in the midfield. Colin plays a little bit of patience. He might play a Doomsday Dish, and Arity makes a save to his own corner. Colin going to take it back to his own net while he can, but Arity is chasing him.
Colin going to go ahead, try to get some aerials mid-pitch. Going to have to see if he can flip reset. Arity to clear it out, and it's going to be a foot race here. No boost here for
Arity
Colin.
going for the quick shot. It doesn't quite work out, and Colin just going to try and recover the best he can. Arity's going to steal the boost. This is quite... Oh, no.
Missed shot by Colin, and Arity's going to have the solo here, and he's got a boost too. Arity does it again.
No way. There's no way Arity gets the 2P. This is... I'm seeing so incredibly rude right now to Arity. But I gotta say, last fall semester, when I was watching the varsity replays, Arity was, like, something to watch for.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, like, if you sit down and watch his gameplay, it was well thought out. He was reading the game. He reads the game better than any player on this field. You gotta give his flowers to Arity. Like, even though he's not the flashiest player, he's 4 steps ahead of everybody on the field.
All right, I know AJ just scored, but what are we thinking about this Game 3 King of the Hill?
Arity. I'm just casting curse in Arity now. There's no way
All
he
right.
gets it 3 times in a row.
So if you're going to go ahead and take Arity, I'm going to say Tonkin in this scenario.
You taking Tonkin? We'll
I'm
make you
taking
choose
Tonkin.
Tonkin. We'll make you choose Tonkin.
The whole reason why I want to pick Tonkin here is because he's been able to kind of lurk around a lot. He kind of gets a lot of those quick opportunities, and if he can go ahead and get some of these aerial plays to work, I feel like he can do it. But it's always after he's warmed up does the aerials really work for him.
Another prediction. Does Colin play second again?
I believe so. I
You
put
think-
money on that.
You think he's going to play second again? Okay.
It's going to be, yes, my prediction is going to be the Tonkin Colin 1v1 the end of this King of the Hill Game 3.
I think Arity is a grandmaster. I don't know what to say. Arity is a grandmaster in chess. Wait,
Nice
did
little combo.
Arity score first? Am I crazy? I never noticed Arity
It
score.
was TJ, I believe, who scored for, or no, he's still in. So I believe it was Arity, yes.
You know, let's talk about decals while we're here. You know, we see Colin, we see some... Let's talk about decals. You know, Stove, the only player on this field to be rocking a topper. You know, he has the Rainbow Wings topper. Do you think that's helping his gameplay at all? Do you think the topper is a little too distracted for him, and that's why he struggles so much in the first 2 rounds? at King of the
Absolutely
Hill?
not. Absolutely not. I feel like Stove going with the topper there is more of his style, the kind of guy that he is, the fun playfulness that is Stove and the experience of Stove completely fully expect this, and that's not going to interrupt his play one bit as he hammers it in.
And TJ is just gonna rat it out. He might have just made the corner. Nope, he gets it. Brontron forces Colin, and TJ. I mean, Brontron takes a nice 50. Now Colin's on his own net. It's up to Tonkin. Tonkin 50s it out. I don't know if Colin's gonna get back in time, but Tonkin just having the boost to score this. Tonkin shoots it over Colin. Colin gets the save.
Okay, maybe I was more focusing on the Tonkin in the Colin 1v1 in the first round.
You know, it's either Colin places second, or your prediction about Tonkin winning's wrong. Tonkin gets a solo play. To work out, he has to race back, and Colin gets an awkward shot. Couldn't quite get it in the net. And Tonkin's demo trying to save his own ball.
Yeah, and Colin with 100% boost. He's going to have a lot of aerials to work with. However, the save ain't there.
Oh.
And the best we can do now is Colin getting second.
Yep, that's. I mean, I stuck in my hair even for the 3P. But, like, Colin has his old reliable, take the flip reset, air dribble it into the net. You know, it's working out really well. A lot of these players, you see pros say it all the time, focus on the ball, not the player. You know, the ball determines where it's going to go. Even though the player's in the shoot, you're trying to read, like, the chemistry, the body language of the car. You need to read the ball, especially in the air dribbles.
When it comes to base skins, colors, what's your favorite?
What's my favorite? If in the menu screen right now, I'm rocking the MG88 with I think titanium white sterns. My favorite boost is sparkler. I think like you use Bacchus mod. I think alpha boost is too heavy. You'll hear this term used a lot, heaviness in like a car feeling too heavy. I think alpha boost just like it feels wrong for me, which is why I choose sparklers. But my favorite decal is dude, what's the name of it? Right now I run NG88 with purple for the blue team, purple and white, and for the orange team a nice dark red and white with titanium white sterns and normal sparkle. My favorite decal is there's an esports decal. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up just because like, I'm passionate about
Absolutely.
like I'm passionate about my stripes. You know, like
Yeah, it's who you are.
if I don't feel good, then I'm not playing good. You know, like.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you ever played football or basketball or anything? It's just like, were you like a black cleat or a white cleat guy? Did you get
Yeah.
like, what type of cleats do you wear when you play professional sports in high school?
Oh gosh, I think for me, it was just kind of like the standard, like so when I played in high school, it was the white Nikes, just the clean white Nikes with a little green tinge from the freshly cut lawn. Makes you feel good.
I'm gonna be honest, I was every shoe, wrestling shoes, baseball cleats, tennis shoes, football cleats, black. I always got black. And my feet were always like, cause my feet always got hot. It's hotter than the sun in those days. Just because it's just like attaches so much color. But I was always just like, the color, Jakey survives. Wait, and Colin's out or Colin back in?
Collinson.
Colin's in, okay. I'm not paying attention. I'm trying to figure
No,
out.
you're
the
too
decal.
busy looking at these decals here.
It's important. It's important. It was just like black worked for any outfit. It's just like my guy code is like I don't know what to wear. Okay, just black sweatpants, black t-shirt, black. Just
Yeah.
you can't wear all black, but like a black accent was always what I went for. That's why I had black shoes.
All right, Colin gonna go ahead, try and take some aerials here. Tries to pinch it in, stolen away by Jakey, and Stove off the initial kickoff again with these mid lane lurks. Able to get another round pass. Arity, though, gonna nose it in with the long shot. Center of the pitch does. Colin trying to follow it up, but TJ trying to steal it away from that open net. And it's just Colin and TJ now. Colin, can he get second place like we predicted, or it's gonna be stolen away by TJ?
I'm losing my mind. I'm scrolling Wikipedia page. I think I may have found it. Dune Racer. It's Dune Racer.
Racer.
That's the decal.
All right.
Colin survives. Second place Warrior still in it, along with Arity.
Along with Stove, that's sort of kind of a sneaky thing here when we're down to our final five.
Stove representing the topper, part of the topper gang, just making sure it's like, hey, you don't need to have you don't need a clean top to just score everything. You can have fun. You don't have to be so professional with your decals.
Absolutely. Arity, though, with a nice save here. Colin gonna go ahead, try to get some aerials, working it back mid-pitch. Over to Jakey. He'll go ahead. Off the carom's gonna be Bikes. Jakey trying to hammer it away. Colin, though, working it again, the right-hand side. There's the topper that we all love by Stove. Makes one defender miss. However, sets it up on a T for Jakey.
I gotta say, it might be a little distracted. That's why he might have it on there. The wings moving around might be a little distracted. Colin survives. Stove gonna rat it out, get his own goal. Arity is the last one left on the blue team of Bikes. Jakey.
Arity gonna go ahead and come down to this against Bikes. Makes Arity miss. Jakey to pinch it down, and it's gonna be a foot race. Who's gonna steal it? Jakey will go ahead and get the score, and Arity takes the cheeky shot.
Just smarter than everybody on the field. I will say, I used to rock before I came to UNI, and when I played for the JJV team, the white team.
Yeah.
I ran Dune Racer painted with sky blue for the purple team. For the blue team, when we were on the blue side, Dune Racer painted with sky blue, with a purple main color and a silver accent, and I rocked the Zomba wheels and sparkler. It always just like, it felt clean to me, and I tried changing it around. I just can't take the Zomba wheels off of it, you know?
Yeah.
I just like, you know, the Reapers, classic Reapers, Stern, there's other wheels, but like, I can't take the Zombas off of it, you know?
Absolutely. And calling off the initial kickoff, gonna go ahead and get Stove eliminated. And now it comes down to Arity, Colin, and Jakey.
Arity by himself. Oh no.
Colin gonna go ahead. Can't quite get it off the side of the crossbar. That's pinged out. Arity, Jakey, 50. Colin to collect what's left. And it's Arity.
Oh my goodness. This is the third time in a row it has been Colin and Arity.
Gosh, can't we have some variability? in
Arity
this?
is just too smart and Colin is just too consistent. That is what we're
Absolutely.
seeing right now. Oh my goodness. Colin steals it away. Colin ends the three-peat. He ends his his first place drought. Doesn't take second.
Yeah, really great job here, and we're back at it at game 4.
Not sure how long we're gonna run this for. It might just be an hour and then we'll go into something else. We'll see. Just let the players go until they're bored. But all right, series 4. You know what? Who are we gonna pick? Who's gonna get second?
So Arity again off the. I feel like now you have to think about the endurance of it all. Who's still gonna have the sticks and the consistency and focus? So who's gonna have the focus here in the long game of this King of the Hill?
You know, Jakey got to 3rd place in that round 3, in that series 3 there. I think he's starting to understand how the game works out and how to play the game. I'm going to say Jakey wins this time.
If I would have to pick again, I think I'm gonna have to do with another offshoot. I'm gonna pick AJ here.
You pick AJ? Why AJ?
I feel like AJ again, you know, he's calm, he's patient, he's consistent. He's played a couple of those 1v1s in the 5th to 3rd round situation. I feel like this is going to be his time. I feel like his consistency is locked up here in game 4.
I will say though, so we use ball chasing for stats, keep checking stats. I also use it for like replays. And the stats you get from ball chasing are also super helpful when like figuring out what went wrong, what's good, and like how individual players should play. In the preseason, AJ had a funny stat. The average small pad pickup, so like how many small pads you pick up in the 5 minutes of Rocket League, in a game of Rocket League. The average is like 60, 65. And so they'll average that on a series. In the series, AJ averaged a 40 small pad per game pickup.
That's kind of crazy.
And the first thing I did as coach, I said, you cannot play like that. You're not allowed. You're going to pick up small pads. You're going to pick up small pads. How are you going to pick up small pads? You're going to play 1v1, and you're going to learn that small pads are essential to rotation. Because especially in 1v1, like, the big pads are all the way on the outside corners. Like, you got to go a long way. Like, you want to score for the midfield. You're most dangerous in the midfield. What's in the midfield is small pads. What's not in the midfield is big pads. So you need to learn how to take advantage of the small pads in the midfield so you can stay just as dangerous as when you pick up the big pad from the outside walls. And so if you look at his stats now, you'll see averages about 60. So I'm glad that, hey, maybe like playing your 10 1v1 matches to get your rank was helpful.
And so far, again, we've had the biggest drought of an elimination here. I feel like most of these teams have been clearing it out back and forth. Hopefully, I'm going to cast a curse that someone goes ahead and gets it in.
We'll see. We'll see. You know, it's only a matter of time because once somebody scores, it's about 10 seconds and there's a domino effect and somebody's going to be a little rat and just score it. Wow, nobody wants each other to score. Anytime somebody takes a shot, there's one person on the net. I mean, there's two people on the net. Sorry. And there's the rat.
DJ able to go ahead and get that one scored. And it all comes down to Arity, Tonkin, and Colin, and Braun. And Arity, again, with the score.
Arity is just, I've said it time and time again. Oh, Tonkin and Colin for the last two. You know, the Colin won it last time, tried to defend it. Tonkin, your prediction from last time. Colin, with the mind games, Tonkin reads it, though. He reads the ball, takes his time. He has full boost. Colin's go all the way back. And we see what Colin does to stop this space, and Tonkin tries to flick it, but can't quite get the air on it. Deals 100. Colin gonna catch it, try and play a dribble. We'll see if he goes up for the air. Tonkin tries to fake it, but Collins holds steady, and Tonkin saves it into his own net.
Yeah, I feel like at that situation there, Tonkin just paid a little bit too patient. I know Colin was kind of baiting out the kind of flip there, able to send it in home, and I feel like the hesitation by Tonkin wasn't able to get it in.
I will say it was the smart thing to do. That's something I would have done in 1v1, try to bait it out and just wait a little bit. Is that Bikes just waiting? Yep, he got demoed. Bikes puts it in midfield. He gets demoed. That is 4 demos in a row. It is a dynamite factory out on this field right now.
Colin going to go ahead, try and pitch it in. Slide tackle Stove out of the way off the top of the ceiling. Going to be Arity. Now here comes the double commit by TJ and...
Jakey that was. Neither of them, both of them trying to score, and then both of them trying to stop each other from scoring there.
I feel like it's going to come down to, when we're getting longer and longer, it's going to be who's going to get the last back, who's going to get, you know, the revenge, who's going to get the last demo, the last steal.
Yeah, I think we might see some more physical gameplay come out, seeing how this Series 4 is going on, seeing people like realize, hey, I can bump my teammate, I can demo my teammate. That's not something you do normally in the game. There's not friendly fire in the game. And I think we're going to see, like, if I was, I'm not going to lie, if I was on the field, I might just demo chase on the final person. I was just trying to be a nuisance. I'm very much just a physical player when I'm on the field as a player myself. And that's kind of a key to what this present roster had is just, like, playing the bump and demo game. But now, like, you have to, like, realize the blue or orange color side you're on does not matter. You can demo and bump whoever.
Jakey, though, able to nose it in off that double back, and TJ trying to save the cheeky play. And Arity going to try and nose it in.
Arity's still on it, though. Arity tried to rat it out, but TJ got back in time and just saw it. Colin got a nice little flick, and I think this might... Nope, doesn't go in. It was quite close, though. AJ's going to collect it, but he has 0 boost. TJ's going to stuff him out. Just trying to get a little touch on it. Just play keep away, not able to get it. Colin on it, and he just passed it to TJ because nobody can save it. Stove tries to stop it, and Arity tries to do another wrap play. It doesn't work out.
Yeah, Stove going to go ahead, has AJ and Arity there working the corner. That's going to have to be worked out and around. Colin able to get the clear. He'll take it across the timeline. He's got Bikes. Doesn't quite get the angle on it, but the follow-up by AJ.
AJ.
Oh, AJ own goal.
Yeah, AJ own
Into
goal.
the blue.
Arity almost passed it out to Bikes there, and AJ tried to shoot on net, and he was just quite wide. It's up to Stove, the last person in the orange field, to try and survive. I want to see Stove score, and I want to see what happens when these three blue players survive themselves.
Up. And the whole team knows he's going to set up.
Arity survives. Arity yet again. And Braun, wow. Oh, Braun misses. Braun misses. There's still a chance. Oh, wait, that was on the blue side. It wouldn't matter. Okay, well.
AJ and Bikes is going to go ahead.
AJ just going to walk the dog.
Absolutely, a really good play there by AJ. Just kind of being patient there with Bikes.
5 players left on the field, 4 to be eliminated throughout this Series 4 of King of the Hill. Stove can get a nice hard touch, but just goes to the backboard. It's getting cleared out by TJ and AJ working together. And Arity going to try and shoot it from the pass. Didn't quite get it. Colin, maybe passing back, but Jakey takes control. Just trying to stop everybody. Jakey's just trying to be every man in the field, no matter what car you're driving.
I feel like now everybody kind of understands that you can do your own demo. Everybody's kind of setting into this game knows what the rule set is, and I feel like everybody's performing
Jakey's
here.
there to follow it up after, Arity's there to follow it up after Jakey tries to dish it down from the ceiling. Yeah, I gotta say, I do agree with you. Everybody's starting to get comfortable. These rounds are getting a little bit longer. We see players actually like stop it in the midfield. That's an own goal, so AJ's clean. TJ, oh, TJ, what was that? That's not what you want. It's Jakey by himself, and Colin scores it. Jakey's gonna try and 50. He might have an open net here, but then get demo. Draws his demo, but can't quite get it. And now Stove, he can just drive it down to the net if he wants to, but he can't quite get it right. TJ's gonna stuff him out.
Yeah.
Full boost.
Stove's got that little low MPH kind of situation, but this is it. Stove and Jakey. It's going to be a play for the advancement of the round. Little pinch out here by Stove. Low mile per hour play. And he fakes him out. He fakes him out.
Oh my goodness. I think we're seeing like a pattern here. Dumb down your gameplay. With the aerial, click the flip resets. Just fake, 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 fake. That's what Arity's doing. Arity's being simple. He's getting the one heavy touch he can, getting the shots on the net, being there where he can. It's all about your positioning right now. And that's what we're seeing. Positioning is winning this King of the Hill match.
And the other thing about Stove, just his play style is he is slow. He's very pointed, very efficient. He gets the score right there. And again, comes down to Colin.
Uh-oh, TJ steals that Arity shot, but AJ's going to take a 50, not let an orange player ride it in. It's up to AJ Witt, Arity, and Colin. Stay alive. Arity knifes in the own corner. AJ a little awkward, but Colin's there to kind of stiff him away. AJ on his own corner with a little boost, going to try and do what he can. We're going to see, he gets a clear out from AJ, trying to chase him away, but Colin clears it out. AJ needs to find some boost for Colin. Takes a ball for himself. He plays too far away. Colin's going to catch in the air. Try and go for an air dribble here. AJ stuffs him out. AJ going to grab his own corner now. Takes a shot, but it's not quite there. And Colin going to take his time, go back to the own corner. AJ finds a demo there, but he does not have enough boost to get back around.
No, he'll take a full boost pad, though, but has to work the middle. He's really good with these middle shots. However, Colin, again, just consistent with the play, and it's a breakaway shot. Very well timed by Colin.
Yeah, AJ just kind of, you know, went for a shot, wouldn't fall in. And once you get stuck in their net, it's kind of an open net for the opponent if you take a shot and you're caught in your opponent's net.
All right, here's something interesting. We haven't seen TJ or Stove here in the Final Four kind of situation. So it's going to be interesting to see how their play styles are going to interrupt Arity and Colin.
I didn't notice it, but Jakey got out.
Yes, Jakey did.
I picked him, man.
Well, and I picked AJ.
Oh, wait,
and he
we
got out.
commentated that, dude.
Yeah.
I got goldfish memory. I saw Stove take him out. Arity's going to do the pass off TJ, and Colin's going to rat it out. TJ and Stove in the final two.
TJ with a full set of boost. Gonna have to use some aerials. Stove, who again plays that slow play style, trying to play the minutia game.
Yeah, we saw TJ. He knew that TJ didn't have the best setup here. He gets a nice 50, but didn't have the boost to take a shot. But TJ's also low on boost now. He's going to play a fake. That works out. He half flips back, and the recovery works. Stove with the 50 and the half flip makes it to the final three.
Yeah, does an excellent job there. Just again, playing the low MPH play style, minutia play. Nice little double back kind of flip into an open net.
It's just, I'm sorry, Stove just has too much aura. I think that's what's happening.
Absolutely, he
I
has
think-
a lot of aura.
I think the topper, he has, let's see, he has the gold octane equipped. He has like he has tiger stripes that are black and white like a zebra. It's just the rainbow wings topper. It's just like it scares people, you know? They get too distracted by the wings to see the ball moving.
He is unfazed because he has to deal with elementary kids for music class.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we should talk about that a little bit. What are our current alumni doing now that they've graduated from UNI?
Well, of course, Jakey, he's a CPA. He's been working that big public accounting life. Just got off of tax season, able to go ahead and get that done in. Right now, Stove is a music teacher and doing all three levels, middle school, high school, and elementary. And I'm not sure about Colin or Cole.
That's a good question. Maybe
Or
we
AJ.
should, you know, take our time to ask him. Arity beats Colin in 1v1. It's Stove and Arity in the final two.
All right, let's go, Stove. Stove for the upset. I'm here for Stove.
Arity gets a nice 50. Stove, hear him over in the left corner, though. He's going to recover back to his own corner. Stove just going to try and keep the ball close to him. That's his goal right now. Keep the ball close. Not let Arity get on it, but he loses control. Arity up in the air. He's going to try and take for the air dribble. Stove tries to come back. Arity gets a flip reset. He might have one left in him. Arity misses the ball, but both players are on 0 boost. It's about who can recover, get the 100 boost. Stove doesn't quite get the 100 boost and get the ball away to Arity.
Yeah, but Stove with a full set of boosts. He's going to go ahead and pinch it out. Has to dig it out by Arity. Arity, though, takes it left to right, steals the full boost pad. He's going to go ahead, work the main shot, and a nicely placed shot. Arity gets a 3. win on the match.
I think that's it for King of the Hill. Arity. Art, he's not here in the room with us. He's playing from home, but Arity, our King champion. 3 King of the Hill wins. Stopped Colin twice in a row. The only time he lost was to Colin, who, by the way, we picked several times to win the King of the Hill match. Wow, I can't, it's safe to say it's brains over mechanics in this King of the Hill match that we saw here.
Yeah, you mentioned it before. It's Arity playing chess, everybody else playing checkers, and it's just that well-timed strategy, what it boiled down to.
Mm-hmm. The simple mechanics, the stove fakes. I think that fake from stove, I'm gonna go back to it and clip and send it to Jakey, not to upset him or anything. But the fakes were really important here. Knowing when you can pocket somebody else's shot and take it for yourself. Arity has the brains for that, and that's why he won 3 times for this King of the Hill match.
And also, he never used a cheeky play style. He never did the stove kind of bump off the kickoff once the ball resets. When he had the 1v1, he kind of just played the boost pads, played those solos very well. And Colin, like you mentioned, why he made it to a lot of those final 2 scenarios is his consistency. Able to take the opportunities against, Jakey, AJ, all the final 4, consistent people that we've seen, and he just outplays them.
Yeah, I think that was the most important part when I was watching Arity going through some replays last semester when I was trying to learn how to varsity players play, is that his pace of play was the offset is what helped the team wins. And he was absolutely a shooter. When I was looking for somebody to take a shot, while AJ was scoring the goals, I was always looking what Arity would do when he takes a shot on the ball. A lot of the times, he could shoot it on net, defenders make an awkward save, and then we get a goal afterwards later. Arity shoots it, goes into net. Arity was just a masterclass in shooting. And he kind of showed that here, is that if you know how to shoot, you know how to position the ball, then you can take a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to take a little break, I believe. Go ahead, get another fun game mode set up. I know Cole just joined. Colin, Cole, the twins. Going to go ahead, see what that chemistry is going to look like. But we will be back with more exciting Rocket League UNI versus Alumni here in the lounge.
Gets us in the chase.
Yeah. Oh, fix the hair. Fix the hair.
Yeah, I gotta say, speaking of hair, I need a haircut, but I have a project, so I gotta keep my hair long for the project for continuity's sake. But yeah,
Oh, are you like one of those people where
I'm a
you're
digital
not
media
cutting your
production,
hair?
digital media leadership major.
Yeah.
So like, I have long hair, and I'm like, well, shoot, now I'm recording the long hair. Now I gotta keep the long hair for continuity's sake.
No.
Because if I cut it, because then it's just like, well, my professor's gonna take away points if it's like you cut your hair in the middle of production. Like, yeah, I guess so.
I guess that's fair.
Server went down for maintenance.
Uh-oh. Didn't you say that there was something going on with like
Yeah, I
gameplay?
know, but the server shouldn't go down. Let me check Twitter quick.
Someone's getting DDoSed.
We might we have to start hiding the top of the corner. I'm gonna exit the main menu.
Yeah. But either way, I hear tonight we're gonna have an Overwatch stream. Is that possible?
Yep, I mean, if all else fails, I'm gonna do stream and cast myself because I have this set up right here. And all I need to do, hopefully we get that a little bit done for 10, so I don't gotta take the whole PC and everything back to my truck that's parked at the multimodal transportation center.
Uh-oh.
It could be worse, but you know what? Anything for this org. I love this org, and it provides, a lot for me. This is probably some of my first steps in the esports industry, which is what I want and what I love.
Absolutely.
All right. So I think we're gonna get into the game quick. For let's see, what are the mutators? I don't see. Okay. For maybe the final thing, maybe the final series of the day, we're gonna do a Rumble 4v4 or 5v. I think it's 4v4 is what we feel. So we're gonna do some Rumble here. So I had to explain a little bit to Jaeger
Yes.
what Rumble is, but Rumble's kind of like the Mario Kart mode, the party mode for Rocket League. Every 10 seconds, you get a power up, and the power ups range from you can have a tornado and fling the ball around and fling players around, or just have spikes on your car. You can drive the ball. You can attach the ball to your car because of the spikes and drive it into the net. So you'll see a lot of stuff, and it's gonna be probably just as hard to commentate as King of the Hill.
Yeah, so it's all going to come down to, I feel like, for both of these teams, is like when chaos reigns, who's going to keep their head above it all. And I believe that, yes, if we're still doing alumni versus
I don't
students,
think we have
but
alumni, but I will just say blue versus orange is what we're
Yeah.
gonna keep track of.
that's going to be the biggest thing.
Right now, the orange team starting off strong with 1 goal. Please act like there's audio.
Woo.
Blue, yeah, I'm good
Woo.
at typing. The blue team is AJ got the ball
AJ,
from the blue
gonna
team,
try and
goes
double
for
back.
a double, can't quite get it.
Oh,
TJ
no.
bangs it to the side wall, and you see him punch it into net. Okay.
Oh, and the ball gets frozen right there in front of the goal, and that's going to be punched out, quite literally.
There is like quote unquote professional Rumble players. Blue team finds a follow up between an ARD AJ connection. These two players played in the fall last year, and they were quite a powerhouse. I will say ARD and AJ. Honestly, like AJ was just a great player for everybody, and ARD was always there to help out as a teammate. But I'm just like the alumni connection from last semester is what I'm trying to reference. I hope I did good.
Yeah, absolutely. As this ball's going to go ahead, get passed over right in front. TJ taking it off the ceiling. Jakey to clear it out. AJ to interrupt. That's going to take it right to left. And here come the power-ups. Trying to hammer it in, but it's frozen right at the goal line. TJ gets that squeezed out by Tonkin. And Stove able to get the demo. He gets 2.
Cole, if you saw right there, Cole, there's like an extra strength power up. So what the extra strength power up is, every touch you have on the ball is extreme. It's like probably triple or double as hard. And if you touch a player with the strength power up on, you automatically demo them. You're not gonna be supersonic at all. If you just touch them, boom, they're gone. That's one of the most important things to know. One of the best power ups in this game you'll see is probably the spike, just because like you stop the ball. Like the ball loses all momentum. Spike's though gonna get the punch, just gonna punch the ball in after Tonkin uses his magnet power up to just walk the dog across the net.
Yeah, really great job at just kind of, Professional Rumble players. That's pretty interesting. I never quite thought of the concept.
I wouldn't say like professional. I would say that's their main game mode. It's just that, like, they built tier lists. Like, they get serious about it. There's tier lists for it's like this power up's the best. This is how you want to use this power up. You hold on to this power up, use this one immediately. Like, there is tiers. Like, do this game in just a simple one.
That ball's going to be punched out, cleared out, and frozen right into the right-hand corner. Cole going to go ahead. TJ with the swing rope, trying to punch it in. Double back off the right-hand corner, followed up as there's a 3 scrim for the 50. AJ picking up the pieces.
You see a lot of these players, it's kind of like, you see like immediately both teams, 3-4 of the players uses their thing immediately, especially because like not all of them are great at scoring goals. There's one that transports you, like you teleport you in a player slot positions. There's one where you just like force a player to be supersonic for for like a period of time. That's super awkward. Another one that's kind of used right away is the boot, which will kick away a player's car. Arity eyes it up. And I think the last one that gets used right away is probably maybe the tornado or like the harpoon, where you'll be anywhere in the field, you press the button, and you just harpoon straight to the ball.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest interrupter so far that I've noticed is that ball freezes. As it sort of kind of sits, it freezes all momentum. And all the players, you know, instead of tracking the ball, are going to have to go back to where it is immediately. But off the initial kickoff, Bike's trying to get it in. However, AJ will go ahead and get the save. Arity taken across the timeline.
You know, we talked a little bit about Stove in King of the Hill, and one thing I did notice is he changed his car. No longer is it the Octane with a Rainbow Ring topper. He's using the Batmobile, and just say, you know, I'm gonna call him old. I'm gonna say straight. I'm gonna call him old. He has the ever since 2015 tag on it. Back in the day, season 1, 2, and 3 of Rocket League Championship Series, the Batmobile had the best hitbox, and so like it was kind of a little pay to win because you had to go buy the Batmobile out of the shop, but it's changed now, so they have like standardized hitboxes. But back in the day, before I even played the game, or maybe like quite a few of the viewers played the game, or you even commentated in the game,
Yeah.
it used to be the Batmobile had the best hitbox, so players would use that all the time. Especially if you look at season 1, I think 4 out of 6 players use the Batmobile.
Wow, that's crazy. And already Jakey going to go ahead, take it mid of the pitch, and just a nice little setup there by Tonkin. Passing it to him. Arity can't quite get to it. And just a really nice split.
Orange team up game 1, 4-2 right now. We got to see if Arity and Co can get the power-ups necessary to bring this back, especially because, you know, there's a lot more inconsistency and unpredictability in Rumble compared to just a standard 4v4 or even a 3v3, that being Rocket League. As the ball gets frozen in the air, Cole activates his magnet, and he's trying to bring it down to the net, but it gets punched away by Jakey.
TJ going to go ahead, take a right-hand side as AJ's going to go ahead, get demoed. TJ has to work out, backing around, get some boost. Jakey with 1 minute remaining, not going to have the boost for the momentum as this ball's going to be shot.
Woo!
AJ with the lightning shot.
What was it? Just a punch? What happened?
Oh, he gripped it. He slingshotted it.
He plungered it. It was going in the blue net, and then he plungered it, and it just yanked it across into the orange net.
Gosh, is that Paul Skeens right there on the bump first pitch, 100 miles per hour?
Not sure. I think I saw, you know, last night somebody scored 4 home runs in a game.
Absolutely. This torpedo bats.
Yeah,
It's all about the torpedo bats.
you know, I named my tag after the Milwaukee Brewers. I can't tell you the last time I watched baseball. I think there's too many home runs now. I think there's too many home runs.
Boo. Boo you for not liking scoring.
I played baseball in high school. You know, playing baseball, I loved playing baseball. I played first base. My favorite part about baseball was batting and always score a double. I love scoring doubles. I like the Sally celebration whenever I got a double.
Yeah.
Watching it, here's like, okay, blue team took the lead after going down. It's been a 3-goal.
32 seconds. Maybe we'll get back to baseball here. We got 32 seconds.
Let's do our job.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't get paid.
Neither do I, man.
Yeah, you know what? For the love of the game. That's what this organization's all about. For the love of the game.
32 seconds left to play, and off the initial kickoff, AJ's going to go ahead, get it on to the blue side of the field. D-Day to pinch. He's going to be slide tackled out of the way by Tonkin.
10 seconds have passed by. Now everybody's got their power up. Irie bikes up there, but he gets beat out. The blue team near scores it back in the net, but Stove's there. Stove has Spice, but he gets stomped by Cole when he has a speed boost. Stove, oh my goodness.
Trying to
Stove
slow-mo it.
nearly beats out 4 players. Cole there for the double tap. Can't quite get it across.
Jakey going to go ahead, try and take it off the ceiling. He's going to vortex out for TJ as we're in a 0-minute drill. And the spikes for Cole. He's going to take it over to the orange side. And with that, blue will win 5-4.
I will say right now, it's just going to be random teams. So, maybe blue team wins 5 games. I'm not saying that we're going to end the game after whoever wins 4 games first. I cannot click the right thing. But what I'm saying is we're for sure going to play this one out. Blue team, orange team wins. Just kind of keep track of the series, see which color, blue or orange, wins the series first.
Yeah, and as you can see, AJ with 4 goals, 3 saves. AJ, again, just the presence of play, of playing chess over checkers. And even with a chaos mode like Rumble, able to go ahead, get it in. So I feel like it's going to be an AJ masterclass here. He's been electric all day long.
Stove 175. I think he's trash talking himself a little bit. The lowest, if you want to do some BM, TJ scored 120 on the blue team. If you want to just say a little bit, you got to get your fixing together. You got to feel the match out. This is not what we play every single day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. So who do you think, seeing this current roster, who do you think is going to win it outright?
Who's going to win? Who's going to be on the winning team the most?
Yeah.
I'm going to say...
Hard one to pick, ain't it?
Because everybody's so good, everybody is so good. I'm just gonna say AJ. I think AJ, it's the puzzle piece for everybody really well, and he kind of has that in him. He's always just finding a way to be the final piece of the puzzle for any roster he's on.
But Jakey off the initial kickoff, gonna go ahead, try to get that one in. But like you mentioned, AJ gonna go ahead and save it. And I agree, end to end, both offense and defense and strategy of it all, it's gonna be AJ. I feel, though, it might be Arity.
Why do you think Arity? Do you think the 1v1 gameplay? I mean, I will say, though, Arity was kind of that behind-the-scenes guy that was always allowing his players to take a step up.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I feel like just the complementary play that Arity has, he has the offense if he needs it. He has the strategy and sort of kind of the solo plays in his back pocket if he absolutely needs it.
Season 1 RNG genius? Cole plays Rumble and got SSL and Rumble back in season 1.
That's crazy.
Or maybe that was a new. Oh wait, that's probably the free-to-play update tag. But still, SSL and Rumble. Oh, okay. He knows what he's doing. Look out for Cole. I think we should have saw that earlier and said, you know what, Cole got this. It's in the bag. And to be fair, his team is up 2 goals right now.
Absolutely. TJ gonna go ahead, take the beam, has to let Arity take it across the timeline. He'll go ahead, work the left-hand corner, sets up for Jakey as that ball's frozen. Jakey not realizing that the ball was frozen, and AJ!
The magnets are pulling him away. AJ was just trying to run the dog into the net, but all the magnets peeled him backwards. Didn't quite get it in. But Stove now has a spice. Cole bumps him forward. He's trying to get a pass to the backboard, and Tonks up to clear it.
This one's going to be punched out for the clear. AJ, though, going to go ahead, take the leash, and drag it across the timeline again. Tries to set it up, but that's cleared out as Arity's going to get demoed by Cole.
Ice going to clear it to the backboard, and 3 orange players commit to try and get it saved, and then back to the blue corner. AJ stopped by the blue ball, but TJ's there to punch it in with his power up.
Yeah, 7-1. I think the orange team here showing an absolute masterclass on just, I feel like it's going to be utilization of the power-ups. I feel like what's really working for this orange team. Or it could just be AJ.
We are for sure going to Brazil with that 7-1 scoreline.
Absolutely.
We are going to Brazil. Okay. Just so you know, I don't know if you noticed, but the first 10 seconds of every kickoff is that there is no power-ups. So it's like the first 10 seconds is just normal Rocket League. As soon as the 10 seconds go, you just see everything break loose. You see all the locks get unbound, everything's picked apart, and it's just plunger by Jake. He's gonna pull it up to the midfield. Somebody using ice to stop it in the air.
Also, did I see someone using like a bus, like bikes using a bus or something like that?
The Murky could be using the battle bus, which is an Epic Games thing. Stove just passed a spike to TJ. TJ just faked everybody out Oh my goodness.
That's going to be stolen
That
away by
is-
Cole. But yeah, look at this play right here.
The plunger to pull him back, and then Cole just dives in. Oh my goodness. That is just some team play. 3-9.
All right, and with 2:43 left to play, I feel like it's all going to come down to, again, power-up play, or whoever can get the initial kickoff here on the double back for Arity. No can do. Bikes with full set of boost. Going to go ahead and work it out in, and as the 10 seconds will go away, chaos will reign. Dove with his, going to go ahead, take the beam, going to have to pull it in to the corner, is Cole. He'll pass it over to AJ. He'll work the offense, Tonkin to clear, Cole to maintain the pressure. Dakey gonna go try to get it cleared out, but Stove with the plunger gonna have to set it up mid-pitch.
That was close. Stove nearly set himself up for his own plunger there to try and shoot it off, but an orange player got back just in time to stop the shot from going in. Blue team still kind of stuck on their own corner, though. We will see the power-ups come back soon. Jakey gonna try and get a solo play. The Madness come out. The blue team just gonna Magnet it in, but Arity can't quite squeeze it in time. Cole has a spike, but he has no boost on the spike. Stove's just gonna dish it downfield and try and use his tornado. I did not know he had that. Uses tornado to get it in there, but he cannot control the ball with that tornado. Stove should go for a blooper the best he can, but the plunger gets close to the orange net before it's punched away.
Again, with the spikes, going to go ahead, work it into the corner, over to TJ. Arity, though, trying to clear it out mid-pitch past the bikes. Tonkin's going to be demoed with AJ. Bike's going to be demoed as well. Ball's going to get frozen. Cole going to work the right side wall. No one there to follow it up except AJ. And that one's going to be cleared out by a blue team defender.
Stove got his magnet. He's off the top, but he doesn't quite have the boost. But the magnet will stay close to him and keep the ball close to him as well. Now TJ has a magnet. He's trying to get it into the blue net, but he can't quite get it.
Oh, what is with all the demos?
The demos create score. I didn't know that.
I didn't
If you
see
demo
that.
somebody, you get a point.
Ball's going to get floated in, and with less than a minute to play, look at all these demos coming out. The score's
Wait,
going
let
up,
me-
18-16.
I'm gonna press tab and look at the mutators. Demolish score 1 point. Okay. So if you wanted to, you don't gotta focus on the ball. You can just demo chase somebody. You can just. If I was on the field right now, you know what I would do?
Demo chase?
I would NASCAR.
Absolutely.
I would just NASCAR 100 pad to 100 pad over and over again. Of course, people use the small pads. And if somebody goes for a big pad and demo chases somebody.
Jakey going to go ahead and get the demo. However, the distance is still 2 goals for Orange Team.
This is a whole new ball game. Like, you can just
Absolutely.
go for. I didn't know that. I was like, well, here's Brazil. Orange team has it locked up. Next thing I know, we're about to drop 20 on each side.
And it's all because of that mutator. Off the initial kickoff, 35 seconds left to play. It's still anybody game.
It's still anybody game, especially because you can find demos with like 3 seconds left. You can demo 3 people in 3 seconds.
Absolutely. Cole gonna go ahead and set it up. Bikes though, and gonna have to focus on the demos now to see who's gonna get what
Wait, does that mean if it goes to OT, you can just demo somebody
and get the win.
and
Yeah,
get the win?
yeah, absolutely.
Oh my goodness! Why even? You can just Spanish kickoff. Everybody's gonna Spanish kickoff. You're
Jakey
just
able
gonna
to get the
big-
demo on Stove. Able to draw the distance. Gonna be down low. Who's gonna get the last second demo?
Oh my
AJ,
goodness.
we're tied.
It's tied.
Ball still
Jakey
get
has-
floated in. Here we are, 2020. Go for the demo, boys. And just like that, blue team able to go ahead and get the
Nobody
demo.
even touched the ball. The
You
ball
didn't
stayed
need
right
to.
in the midfield. I'm at a loss for words. This is the point where I wish Rocket League showed like
demos.
demos. Yeah, I don't know why they don't, because in professional play they have like a demo stat pop up, but in this it's just like, why don't we show demos? God, I'm like red or white. I can't tell. I laughed so hard there.
yeah.
I couldn't believe that. It was just nobody moved the ball. Brontron, whoever's on the orange team, went right for each other, and the orange player tried to fake it out, and Brontron just went right for the back of that car and got the goal.
Yeah. I mean, it's just chaos reigns when you're playing Rumble, and off the initial kickoff, when you have demos equaling 1 point, that's dangerous. Like, you don't even have to play Rocket League at that point. You can just, like you say, NASCAR around, get the demos, get it done.
I'm at a loss for words.
I know it's
I
really
was
difficult.
just like, Why is it like 1-7?
But do we want to pull anybody in for an interview? Do we need to pull in an unk and
Do you
have
want to,
have them talk?
Braun? You want to do a quick interview before you hop out, or you gotta go? All right. Hey, it's all right. Hey, we appreciate you. See you next season, brother. It's been a pleasure to have you on the team.
Hi, Ron.
So we do have Brontron having to step out, but we probably do have an alumni step in for him. If you want, I could. If we want, I can play.
If you want, I could solo cast.
you could-
Absolutely.
no, like what I'm saying is, I play and we cast together as I play. Unless there's enough
mean,
players.
there
I think.
should
Let me
be.
look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 players. We're fine.
Yeah, no worries.
Maybe I'm getting that itch, that Rocket
Mhm.
League itch.
Absolutely. So what's going to be the next move here? Are we going to have to go to break and
I'm not
figure
quite
out what's
sure.
going on?
Might go to a quick short break here while we ask the players what they're setting up.
Yeah, might have to.
All right. I say let's do that. We're gonna take a quick break here, trying to figure out the next steps we're gonna do as we figure out some more party games for the Alumni vs. Present 2025 Rocket League matches.
Randomizes.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
go
man.
ahead.
Who am I missing?
Yeah.
What do you want? What does everyone want?
Normal game and limited flips.
Unlimited jumps, unlimited. Yeah.
Boomer mode.
I'd say boomer mode would be fun.
The odds of that game going OT have to be so small.
Should we just have like a death match with demos or something?
A normal game mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just do normal.
Unlimited boost.
Yeah.
No, let's not no boost though, or like not unlimited boost, just normal boost.
Yeah. On this.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll still kind of have unlimited boost if you just spam jump.
Yeah, exactly. Jump, dodge timer, normal ball.
I'm
Okay.
gonna get in that real car after doing that.
Oh yeah.
Switch to a real
Should be
dude.
the Nomad.
Are you guys? Is anyone still in that old lobby?
No.
All right, I just started it.
Yep.
Right.
Huh.
All right, welcome back. So what's going to be the game plan here now?
So the game plan kind of, I don't know if it would be as chaotic, but the game plan now is unlimited flips, unlimited jumps. You can hear me. So the boost is normal, but now you can just jump to your heart's content and flip to your heart's content. So like you can just quintuple jump if you want. There's nothing because it's just usually you have to wait. So technically there's no dodge timer anymore. So you can just usually how Rocket League works is that you have 1.5 seconds to use your dodge, whether that be a jump or like a flip. You have that amount of time before it goes away. Now there is not a time limit on the jump counter. So you can jump from the wall and stay in the air for 60 seconds and still have your flip.
That's crazy.
And we have unlimited flips now too, or unlimited jumps now too. So what that means is you can flip, and flip. There's nothing stopping you. You can do a backflip to a forward flip. Usually you have to touch the ground. Or how Rocket League works is you need all 4 wheels to touch a surface before you get your flip reset back. which is how flip resets work, by the way, because the ball is kind of considered a surface. So if you have all 4 wheels touch the ball, that's how you get a flip reset.
All right, and we're already 1-1. Looks like it's going to be Stove, Tonkin, Cole, and TJ on the blue team. Jakey, Arity, Colin, AJ on the orange team. And I don't know. I don't know if there's any way to edge it out or predict anything here. It's just kind of chaos right now.
It's just like you don't need boost in the air. If you can air dribble carry by just flipping to the ball. And we see the most simple goal ever, just a backboard pass to Tonk. But like that's
It's
another
interesting.
thing. If you just empty hop the double jump, it will boost your car wherever you're facing. So if my car is facing my camera, it will jump back to my camera. So you can just like, if you empty hop over and over again, you can just get a speed boost supersonic.
Interesting. Also, what do you take of Arity's car? It's kind of like a triangle type deal. I don't know what it's called.
I'm not sure what it's called either, but I think he's just embracing the fun. I will
Yeah.
say that.
And he had a topper too with the little eyeballs, like questioning, winking.
Yeah, it's kind of like, what do you think about me, huh? You know, it's just like, huh?
Yeah,
huh?
exactly.
Whenever it goes, raise one eyebrow to the other.
Yeah. And this ball's going to go ahead lazily in. Going to be pinched out by Cole. He'll take it off the carom. Try to work it around with some boost.
I think that's called the aftershock. Might be wrong. I think that's the aftershock car body.
Interesting. Cole will go ahead, try to pick up his own shot off the top of the ceiling. Arity will go ahead, try to get some offense going for this orange team. AJ noses it in. Over to Arity. Off the ceiling, follow up by Cole. Tries to waterfall it out. Can't. AJ gonna go ahead, maintain that pressure. Jakey to fake. Top the crossbar. Hold a dish. Jakey to steal. Tries to punch it into the corner. Shot. Finally good for Jakey.
It is, you know what? Compared to what we had with Rumble, it's kind of a lot easier to follow, ain't it?
Absolutely.
You know,
I can follow the ball.
Every now and then, you get a little gag of just people spamming the A button over and over and over again, or X, my bad, or space bar, you know, mouse one, whatever you.
You know,
use,
when you have the limiter off, you can just play whatever, just have whatever aerials you want. You're just there.
I'll say personally, I use an Xbox controller, and I bought one in August, and it broke.
Oh,
So
no.
It's just
Playing too hard?
I just don't think first-party controllers are made to last, you know. But like, I don't know if PlayStation will last longer compared to Xbox controllers. But like, I've used Xbox. I've been using Xbox 360 since I was 7 years old, and I was Xbox One. Like, I don't want to go to like the PS4, and my thumbs are both down at the bottom like that. I used to have like left stick top, left to right stick bottom right. You know.
Yeah, it's an ergonomics feel. I 100%. You know, because I also played on the Xbox 360, and it's just more comfortable having the left stick a little bit higher than the right stick.
Especially because, you know, having your thumbs up in the top corners. We're getting so nerdy talking about this. But like, the top corners is a lot more comfortable. So when the buttons are in the top corner on the right side, it's just like it just feels a lot easier to use, a lot simpler. Like, I don't got to stress my thumb down compared to just leaving it up relaxed.
And the other thing about it too, Xbox controller triggers I feel like are a lot more smoother than like the double bumper for the PlayStation.
I think the bumpers though for the Xbox controller break easier. That's what happened to me, is that like it got stiff. Like I would press it and I wouldn't use boost, and it's like, well, this one's garbage. But yeah.
On to the next one.
Nobody can touch the ball. It's right in front of the blue net. It's just that nobody has the boost because of the 4v4. TJ. I'm just shocked.
What was that? That was just
That
like
was-
a double.
Look at him go. Look at TJ go. He's just like in the air, just spamming the jump button.
Well, you can, and it's just interesting
He's
to kind of see how that
flying
works.
around with just the jump. He doesn't need boost. He could just like fly.
TJ trying to pinch it in, set it up for Tonkin, doesn't have the angle over it. And with a little over a minute left to play, Orange Team going to have a 1-goal advantage. Dove tries to bottle it up. Over to Tonkin. And he's just going to play keep away. He's going to keep it in that right-hand corner. Arity to try to clear it out. Awkward 50, doesn't have the angle. It does!
Arity with the precise. You know, he's really smart, and I think that's why he chose his car design. I think this is the smartest car design he could come up with. And that's why he's using it. Because
Yeah.
it just shows that his brain's better than everybody.
Absolutely. I feel like the ergonomics are more apt for those aerial plays, and when you have that unlimited jump and unlimited air, you can just nose it in a little bit differently with that aftershock.
Stove didn't even use a lick of boost and got above the goal line to hit the ball.
Your hands are like just in your face right now. You're just unbelievable.
I'm lost. I'm lost. Like this is not physics. Isaac Newton would punch my PC monitor right now. Isaac Newton would destroy my setup.
You could say that this is Rocket League.
Yeah, you know, this is Rocket League. In a way, this is Rocket League.
Just defying all laws of gravity here. And it looks like Orange Team's going to go ahead and take it, as the ball's going to try and be punched in by
2
TJ.
seconds left.
Nah, they
It's
can't
over.
get it done.
But
They
you
can't
can't
get it
score. You can't win off a demo. We got that figured out.
Yes.
There's no demo goal. Just ball has to go in. So 2 seconds left. We might see a 0-second joke come out for the blue team.
done. I don't know, but I'm not going to write it off. I'm going to try and cast or curse it. I don't think Blue Team does. What is going on? Come on,
It might
guys.
work out. It works out. It works out. We're tied up.
Orange Team selling right now. Prove me wrong. Calling off that kickoff doesn't get it to go. Jakey doesn't have the angle. He nosed it in
They
himself.
just sat there. The orange team just sat there. They
Like
didn't want
this.
the fun to end.
Absolutely not. And here we go. Overtime off the initial kickoff. AJ going to go ahead. Have to settle it in for Cole. Cole takes it over. Coast to coast. Stove misses the follow-up. Pinches in for Cole. Gets the ball off the right side of the bar. Jakey trying to take it coast. Tonkin to seal it away. Tries to take his own ball. Doesn't have any boost.
Tonkin tries to face it there and give it to his teammate, but it gets stuffed out. Colin did a capture from his own corner, but TJ's there trying to push it back down to midfield, but not a blue offender that take a shot. Doing it cleared down to Colin on his own backboard. He's trying to get it there, but Cole clears it out before follow-up comes for the orange team.
You know, we saw this in like my days of commentating Rocket League. Colin and Cole, you know, their synergy so well when they're playing against each other. They also realize it too, but off the top, can't quite get it across the goal line. And a missed opportunity there for the orange team.
Wait, Cole, Colin, Conlon, is that what you dealt with?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
My first year of commentating Rocket League.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm laughing right now. There's just too many O's. There's way too many O's. on
Oh,
that team.
if you can find those gems of playback video, it's a struggle. It's an absolute
I
struggle.
might go back. I might have to go back and just see it. Did you not have a beard then? Were you
No.
like, beardless then?
Yeah, no, this came in my 5th year. So this is about 3 years in the making, but back then, no, my first 2 years of commentating, I didn't have a beard.
I'm slowly getting a beard, and I just feel like I'm losing my baby face now. It's just like, I don't know if I should be proud or happy that I'm finally getting it.
If you get that past that peach fuzz phase, yeah,
Uh-huh.
absolutely.
Yeah, the
And you
phase,
add 3 years.
the phase where it's just like, what do you have ants on you? Why is it just like ant antennas? Yeah, exactly. Still 2 minutes into OT, been scoreless. There've been quite a few like good shots on that, but nobody's really trying to follow it up. Cole gonna clear it out to midfield. Already own goals. Already own goals.
Cole going to be credited with the goal, and you know it's a breakaway pinch out shot. And Arity, what are you doing, man?
You know, I'm not sure if that was the smartest thing we've seen from Merity.
You know, there has to be a point where the galaxy brain has to turn off, and I feel like Arity got it there in a kind of worst case scenario.
Yeah, you know, I think Arity was like, okay, I need to touch this ball so I can clear it back to my own corner. And then he went for the touch. And then it turns out, by the way his car is positioned, that he was shooting on his own net.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's just unfortunate, and of course you're using the aftershock. You don't really play that aftershock a
yeah,
lot.
I'm not sure if it has an octane or what it has quite exactly. Or the car body, the hitbox. Excuse me, finally found the word hitbox. But like, I will say, like, that is quite unfortunate. No, I was ready for a long goal. I was ready for a 7-minute OT. We're gonna see nothing. And then as soon as I start talking, Cole shoots the ball onto Arity. Arity tries to pass it back to somebody. And now we're in a lobby waiting for whatever party mode comes up next. I'm not sure what they'll come up with. We might see boomer mode come out. We could see ice hockey, ice day come out, some ice hockey. we can see drop shot, which personally my favorite is drop shot. And just as I say that, it looks like we're gonna get a drop shot match.
All right. So, going in, tell us a little bit about drop shot. What's so great about drop shot, or so unique?
So drop shot is probably the most. How many see any mutators? There's Rumble. It's Rumble drop shot. It's Rumble drop. So we got the Rumble power ups and drop shot. So you see right now, there's no goal. Usually there's like a little like opaque area that you shoot into to score. In drop shot, you gotta break these hexagons so you can open up a goal and score. So the blue team can only break the orange team's hexagons, and the orange team can only break the blue team's hexagons. The more you hit the ball, the more like power goes on it. So you'll see like once this touches the ground, it covers back up. But if you hit it hard enough, it's okay. I can't commentate that. That was just Rumble gameplay came out. The magnet froze. Jakey tried to spike it out, and he just got stuck on the ground.
Oh, and Cole kind of ran it over. So because he kind of ran it over, kind of put the momentum down past the goal there on the floor. And with that orange team up 1-0.
So the goal of this game is essentially to hit the ball as much as possible so it can break as many tiles as possible and not let the ball hit your side of the field when it's not your color or whatever. You want to keep your side clean. And you'll see, since the orange team scored, the blue side tiles reset. But since the blue team got scored on, the orange tiles don't reset. We will
Plunger.
that the orange team breaks open an area, but blue team's kind of yet to find a space to allow for a goal to happen. Just as I say so, that comes out. Arity just chasing the ball, trying to be a nuisance. Blue team trying to clear it out, but Tonkin's there to try and drop the ball on the floor. Stove clears it to the orange side, but I think there's going to be somebody there to stop it.
Yeah, ball's going to get punched out. And the other interesting thing about is this arena, how it's kind of built. It's not very straight and narrow like a standard Rocket League stadium. This one's kind of more, like you say, hexagonal in the way it's built.
Yeah, this is not a pitch at all. This is not a soccer field, football field, or workout. This is not a normal pitch. Oh, Stove nearly got that plunger into the goal, into the floor. But it's built for the ball to bounce around and for players to be less likely to read the ball. And that's one important thing to talk about in basic Rocket League is reading how it will bounce off the corner. You know, you see a awkward moments, especially in lower tier gameplay, of a player trying to wait for the ball to get bounced off the corner before you go for it. In drop shot, you kind of have to read the corner ahead of time, which is what makes it so like unique. Besides, the whole like breaking the floor feel, is that like this is where you go to learn how to shoot ball or touch the ball off of the corner.
Ball going to go ahead, get frozen in, plungered in on the orange side of the field. Blue's going to go ahead and freeze it out, tries to pinch it out. And again, just consistent play as TJ Colin, though, noses it in.
Pass. TJ finds Colin after he's covering down, and Colin says, just spike it down.
Yeah, really nice play. Stove 18, is that a score?
That's probably Tonkin's score. That's Cole. That's Cole's score.
Stove, what are you going on? BM and your own teammate as Tonkin's going to go ahead, get this one off the initial kickoff as the floor doesn't reset, it looks like.
Nope.
Does it?
Does not reset. Since the orange team scored, since the blue team scored, the blue team's floor stays the same. But now everybody's floor is basically reset now.
Colin off the initial kickoff has to do the aerial. That's another interesting thing. It's like the kickoff is in the air.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to kind of use a little bit of aerial maneuver and a little bit of boost off that initial kickoff, which can lead to pretty interesting moments as well.
It's kind of like also in hoops. If you ever seen hoops, the ball jumps up in the air, so it's a jumper. Holy cow. The ball gets thrown up in the air, so it's like a jump ball. It's literally, that's the terminology. It's a jump ball. Drop shot and hoops is the only one that has that, I believe. Also, I never pointed Arity. What a dunk. Arity had the string power up, and it just got 120 miles per hour into the floor.
Yeah, way to punch it in.
Holy cow. Another thing you'll notice, there's no boost back. You get boost back by not spinning it. So if you drive a little bit around, you get your boost back. And it goes all the way up to 100, just so you know.
Yeah, TJ. And it comes back relatively quickly. Like, if you're not using it, it gets worked up.
Especially if you go in the air and you're flying in the air. By the time you land on the ground, you get back all the boosts you just spent.
Also, is there a certain MPH that the ball has to get to when it goes into that break mode?
Just touches, just like touches.
Okay.
I think it's a combination of how hard you hit the ball, how many touches on the ball for it to break.
Oh, I gotcha. So you got to have like a possession touch for it to get to that other kind of switch up.
And it takes account both sides. So like, you may not get to it because of time limit, but there's a point where it goes from pink, and that's like that will break half of the tiles on somebody's side depending on where you hit the ball into the floor.
All right, orange side of the floor only has one hexagon broken, but so many of them lit up. So maybe blue team can take advantage of that. However, a spot opens up on the blue side. With
AJ
less
can
than a minute
pass
to
it
play.
over to that open hexagon, but it can't quite find it while Stove is harpooning on into the sidewall. It's still a blue ball. It breaks some hexagon, but Jakey there to try and follow it, put it into the own floor. Jakey at it. Jakey with the double tap into a floor pinch to score the 4th goal for the orange side.
Yeah, when you're kind of transitioning in between the power-ups, just, solo plays for Jakey for days. Absolutely. And it's just nice little angle there, the right-hand side.
I don't know. What's really hard, usually if you go into a game of drop shot, it goes until it usually goes to OT. It's extremely hard for a casual game of drop shot to not go to OT or not come to the last goal. If you can get a 2-goal lead on your opponent, you're in a really, really good spot in drop shot.
Yeah, 30 seconds left to play. 3-goal advantage for the orange team. Full set of boost here for Jakey. He's got some spikes. Cole to pinch it out, try to reset. Something here. Jakey, though, trying to nose it in once again, but Stove going to steal it away with some spikes.
Time's running out, and there's not enough time for this blue team to get 3 goals, especially because you got to break the tiles to open up the net for yourselves. Orange team gonna secure another win. I have not been keeping track of the series, by the way. I'll be honest.
I don't think it really matters.
I don't think it matters.
But, I mean, just right there, Tonkin able to go ahead, pull it in, I think. Oh, Jakey.
Jakey tries to steal it, but it's still Tonkin that got it credited.
With-
Just a quick scoreboard check. Is Cole okay? Cole got over 100. We were a little worried a bit.
Absolutely.
Stove called him out for having 18, but he broke the 100 piece. There was times when I played at home where my points were lower than my ping.
Oh, no.
So it's just like, man, Sunday driver. It's just like, that's it. That's Rumble drop shot. What next game mode will they cook up? They might continue with this one. I'm not too sure. We'll see.
I don't know. Gonna have to see
they're
what
gonna-
the team has to play. Whoever's in control is gonna go ahead, and I hope they go ahead and swap it to a different game mode. I love seeing all these different plays come out and really testing the play style of all of these teams.
It looks like they're gonna try and do a run back, try to make the teams a little bit more even this time, not have Jakey and Tonkin run rampant. It looks like you can also see a funny little thing they add for drop shot is damage. So if we go to the game scene real quick, you can see this is how often, how many tiles they broke, stuff like that, or how much damage it did to the floor. But yeah, it looks like we are gonna run another game of drop shot rumble. Disconnected due to server maintenance. This is a wonderful time. That's out of our control. I'll be honest. We're just gonna have to leave and make the lobby again. But we're gonna see another round of drop shot rumble.
Yeah. What are you looking forward to seeing this next round of Drop Shot Rumble?
I want to see a few more passing plays, kind of a little more creativity to the power ups. It was kind of like one guy ruled all. I don't want to see an even matchup. I don't want to see the orange team win 5-1. I want to see a close call. I want to see a tough match for both.
Yeah, the thing that I'm looking forward to the most is, again, like you say, those pass plays. It's interesting because you have the warm-ups, because with the spikes and the plunger, that creates a lot of solo play. And if you get a little bit more passing going on and maybe get a little bit more offensive pressure going, get the hammers put down, maybe you could see a lot more there.
Still trying to get this set up. I mean, we got to keep talking. That's organization. We can't stop talking. I mean, one thing to mention is that Cole came in, who was here earlier, but Cole played on that UNI Dream Team, that team that tried. How Sierra qualifiers. Were you there for that?
Don't believe I was there, but I do remember that there was a lot of publicity kind of drum up from that for a little bit. And it was just really kind of interesting to see how they kind of made that run out of that dream team of like Colin, Cole, and Jakey.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that it fell short. But like for a student organization, no scholarships. We also did not used to have a lounge back in the day. By the way, before my time, for a student, it used to just be, hey, we play at our dorm rooms.
Oh, yeah.
Now we have a lounge, which by the way, any student on campus can use. So thank you to the University of Northern Iowa, and especially Market Union for providing the lounge. And I guess one last shout out. This lounge would not be as beautiful as it is without the help of Mike Bobodike, the head building manager for Market Union. So big shout out to Mike Bobodike for providing us the resources to continue being quite possibly one of the biggest and most successful clubs on UNI's campus.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what you say. You know, when I first started, it was literally you play in your dorm room, you maybe have a little team lunch at the Union, talk a little bit, but the space that Mocker Union has created is just phenomenal. It allows for so much flexibility when it comes to events, camaraderie, you know, everybody being in the same space. You're not just there in your own room kind of just waiting for the next thing to happen. It's like we're all here and the dynamic is just electric for it.
Blue team's gonna score first. AJ Witt gonna get a little kind of soft touch and pass it back to Colin, who spikes it down into the orange floor. Yeah, and more on it is just like the tough part now is getting players to realize, hey, there's a lounge. You should use time in the practice. Because now players have gotten too comfortable kind of in the dorm room. I will say so myself. The issue now is letting players realize, hey, the lounge is for use. Let's start learning to use this stuff and like make this really be bigger than a home. And we're in the basement. It's cool down here. It's nice, especially in the fall in August, beginning of August. You see a lot of people come down this lounge just to cool down. And it's like, wait, you guys have video games at an esports club?
Yeah.
And you know, us being in the basement for this semester was very well placed because hey, we got a lot of hot, tired students come down and use the lounge instead of it just being vacant and dormant.
Yeah, and the other thing about it too is like as this space kind of grows old, because it's a permanent space now, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I mean, we were, for those who do attend Northern Iowa, we were located where the NISG office out in Northern Iowa Student Government is. But I will say, from talking with the student government and others, I think it's going to be a hard bid to try and get rid of a gaming lounge on the campus.
Well, it's just so much of a draw for recruitment as well.
I think, like, yeah, especially, like, if you can find a way to have your students relax, because the dorm rooms on campus, oh my God, I don't live on campus, but my first semester here, fall 2023, that was a hot August. I looked at the tower's dorms, every window was open. All 12, 11 floors, every dorm room window was open. It was hot. They were handing out, like, AC, not AC units, but, like, coolers, fans, for fun. Just to, like, keep the students cool. It gets hot in the August here.
Oh, absolutely.
Us being in the basement, making use of what used to be a dormant PC lounge in the PC lab, like, we're getting more use out of this more than ever.
Yeah.
And getting rid of the gaming lounge, I think, would be a hard thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of set in motion here, and if you can go ahead and as this place kind of progresses, it gets more lived in. I know you guys were talking about getting a trophy case because a lot of these teams most recently have been bringing home some hardware.
This is, yeah, it's quite, I might drop it to you, but, like, being the public university, our athletic team, like, we're student athletes. It's hard to say that, but, like, we take time out of our day to practice, game, and compete like student athletes. Orange team gonna take a goal here. Pardon the interruption. Tonkin, Cole's gonna use the best of his ability to break it, and Tonkin's just gonna plunger it in. But
Yeah.
like, we commit time just as much as a student athlete. The thing is, though, because we're a club, kind of like I'm not sure if rugby has it, but we have to work around our class hours. We have to schedule matches that work between everybody. We can't just skip classes for these games. You have to have a good standing. We are student athletes, hate it or love it, no matter what it is. We need a little bit more time and cater so that way we can be even more successful. But us getting hardware, I think, speaks to the point that no matter the circumstances, with the lack of scholarships, with like the lack of a professional facility, us playing our dorm rooms, the inability to always afford these fees for tournament, we're still putting up numbers and being successful, no matter if we can buy out these professional players to have them come to our college and play for us.
Yeah, and I think the awesome thing here is like when I was coming down into the lounge, you see the trophy sitting right there, and that's pretty interesting. Do you remember anything about that trophy?
The GG Leagues trophy, that was like the semester a year before mine. We currently play in the NECC, but we used to play in something called GG League. And
Yes, I
they
remember.
won, I think, Division D or Division C of GG Leagues.
Yes.
And so from their total winnings, which by the way, we can't use student organization money to pay for tournament fees if you win something out of it. So our president or vice president at the time, Anna Plank, Star Clan, known in the Discord, paid to have her team play in GG Leagues, and they won it all. And they took the money that they won from GG Leagues and commissioned a trophy. So we got this nice, beautiful, big trophy to hopefully attract some competitive players down the lounge and take a step further from what we've done in the past.
Yeah, and great job too. I know the League of Legends team last semester kind of went on that dream run, undefeated all the way through to win their division as well. They got a little hardware. Our Valorant team went to a LAN.
They went to University of Nebraska, Omaha, Mavland, and they played lights out in that playoff series. I don't know if they dropped the mat in the final. Us talking.
Yeah, we're just talking about the success of UNI Panther Esports as these guys are kind of
These guys
digging
are
around
playing
on
the
Drop
game.
Shot.
Jakey,
Drop Shot Rumble.
they're just pointing out numbers at this point. But I will say, I'm gonna pull it back to us right now. Like, they traveled, I think, 3 hours or 4 hours to University of Nebraska Omaha for a 2-day event. Previous president, vice president, student, social media manager, and a playing star, Klana, housed them, and she did it last year too. Anna currently teaches high school, or she teaches high
Yeah,
school,
she
elementary, middle
teaches high
school
school.
over in Nebraska, and she still has roots in the Panther Esports Discord and organization. And she was like, "Hey, if you guys drive over, you can sleep at my house, and you can play this 2-day event." And thanks to her, we were able to keep our roster fresh going to Sunday. And they took home some hardware. They didn't only just take home a plaque, but they took home some medals.
Yeah, and that's really awesome. That's stories that you can carry on for the rest of your life.
Yeah, they get to walk in here, and now it's like, "Hey, I did that."
Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy now. It's like, "Hey, league team, my Valorant team, because you guys won so much, we have to take a part of our student budget and put it into a trophy case so people don't steal it."
Absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and play some Drop Shot Rumble again, I believe. And, I feel like the game here is kind of showcasing how both of these teams kind of can play with whoever. And, majority of these players today are sitting here in the lounge. I know Jakey made the trip out. Tonkin, does he normally play here in the lounge?
Last year when I was on the JV team as a player, I tried to make it a big deal. Like, "Hey, we have the lounge, we gotta use the lounge." If I'm on somebody's team, if I'm a coach, I'm always trying to push my players to use the lounge, especially because people will take notice of your presence.
Yeah, absolutely.
But okay, so if you want to know the setup for the current roster, Tonkin had a laptop that he would play in on his apartment. Brontron, aka iRide Bikes, is a entrepreneur. He owns his own engraving business while trying to go to college, which I don't know how he has time to own an engraving business. But what UNI has an incubator system for entrepreneurs, so he plays out of his office on the UNI campus, out of his incubator office, they call it. And TJ has his own gaming PC set up in his dorm. I have a gaming PC set up, but if you ever seen an office cubicle, Arity, holy cow, that is
Yeah.
quite tactical with the spikes.
Yeah, really just kind of steal it away from AJ here. Nice little demo off it. And using the spikes, not only do you get the damage to create the goal, you go ahead, punch it in, and go ahead and get it to go. So blue team going to go ahead, take it with 1-0, 3:52 left to play.
I'm going to try and pull up my setup, but like, imagine an office cubicle and then a quarter of that size. That is the space I play in.
So when I used to play on the team, I used to play in my Lothar dorm at the time, and I just had a laptop. I had a laptop with a controller, and I had to play it on a little fan, so my hands had to be tilted when I was on the keyboard, just kind of looking out over the campus. And that is small. That is on a TV tray.
No, that is.
TV
I don't use a TV
dinner
tray
tray.
anymore, but like originally that was set up. Now I play mouse and keyboard on my lap. I have like a cherry mouse pad that I place on my lap. My dad, he's not the biggest video game guy, but he does understand like having a place to work, and I'm trying to build a table with him. It's just like, final 2 weeks of the semester's coming out, so I have a time to get the woodworking done. But yeah, when I use mouse and keyboard, I set it on my thighs, on my laps, and it's just like, yep, this is how I get work done.
But now that you have a space, if you want to come down and play, you can.
Yeah, I do. I do have to make the trip to campus to get here because I live like from home over by Waverly, Denver, in the area. But like, I will drive 20 minutes just to be next to my teammates during practice at game time. It's like, it's the camaraderie. Like,
It's the chemistry.
when I was in high school, I did football, high school, track and field. I did football, baseball, track and field, wrestling. Like, I was a part of everything. I was a class 1A school. You were a part of everything. And it was always great to be a part of a team. I don't really have the ability to continue a professional career in wrestling, football, track field, baseball, and college or university. But I do have the ability to continue trying to be a professional player in video games, video games have been the closest thing to my heart, and especially continuing to be competitive. Something that I love, competition video games. This is a dream for me. Being a part of esports is quite the dream.
Absolutely. And with less than 2 minutes left to play, blue team's still going to go ahead and have it with the 1-0 advantage. And right here, as the ball is kind of opened up on the orange side, just kind of half the floor open, and with that, Stove able to go ahead, hammer it in. 2-0 with 1:43 left to play for the blue team.
There's plenty of time, though. If the orange team can get it together, they have the ability to score 2 goals in a row. But what they got to realize, though, is that like whatever damage that happens until their first goal on the orange side is going to stick around. They're going to be real careful once you score your first goal on this orange team. Try and play defensive, trying to get your second goal, while still trying to maintain enough offense to score the tying goal. But with that being said, Stove's going to come in and crash down. This orange team already getting bamboozled. They can't really keep the ball off the tiles, and their floor is breaking open.
Yeah, and once power-up's unlocked there, we see a little boot come out. Ball going to have a lot of momentum off the little carom for Arity. He's going to try and nose it in. However, a nice little save comes out. Transportation able to get it as Jakey will go ahead and take the beam and pull it in.
Quite tough for this orange team. It's hard to get it figured out. And then once you get it figured out, rumble power-ups. Somebody has a magnet, ball falls in the ground. I think if the orange team can score in a short amount of time, just like blue team did, they still have a chance.
All right, 1:16 left to play. Ball is going to be ahead and off the kickoff. Going to go over to the orange side of the field. Ball's going to be nosed in. Got a little hexagon open there for the orange team. However, Stove with the spike's going to pass it over to TJ.
A lot of damage coming out from that blue team. Someone in the orange team tried to boot them off the ball, but they only spiked the ball back down on their own tiles. Arity doing a lot of damage. Colin trying to stop that from happening. Colin had the spikes, can't quite get a hold of it, and Tonkin plungers it down, but it doesn't fall in time. Colin says spikes, gonna try and drop it down, but can't get a touch on the ball.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the right time to use the spikes here, as that will expire as he goes ahead, gets the clear out. Jakey, though, gonna go ahead, get that one punched out and cleared out. Hold to pinch it. 30 seconds left to play. Still, Tonkin able to get the save. Stove gonna go ahead, as Colin will go ahead and get this one hammered in.
2 goals needed for the orange team. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I am saying it's like 99% impossible.
So you're telling me there's a chance
I'm
here?
telling you there's a chance, an incredibly unlikely chance. The type of chance of, yeah, I get a home run with no warm-up.
Absolutely. I mean, Rudy or nothing, right? Just go ahead, try and get it to go, as ball will go ahead, get onto the orange side, already breaking up a couple more hexagons. This one's frozen out. Arity with the shot, able to get that one cleared out and away. Possession, as this one's gonna roll over, get nose down, and blue team will go ahead and take it 3-1.
You know, last round was even, but the orange team had some efforts there. It's just that the blue team had a lot of second and third touches onto the tile that they weren't really able to stop. And that's what led to this blue team victory. Gonna take a quick peek here at the player cam. Just gonna show you, please.
It'll work. You just gotta click it. Oh, maybe.
Well, whatever. Come back to us. We're more beautiful. We got the head.
As I go ahead and misclick the videos, everything's being
This
clicked.
is like a Bollywood. Have you ever seen those Bollywood
Oh,
films? It's just like a quick montage over and over and over and over again.
Yes.
Just did that to our viewers real quick. It seems like they're leaving the match. We're getting a quick bathroom break here as we figure out the next game mode. How long have we been running for?
We've been running for about 3 hours and 19 minutes.
We still got this still an Overwatch, which let's do the plug real quick. Tonight, starting at 6:30. I hope 6:30. You know, the
Yeah.
Overwatch is supposed to start at noon, but
We'll see.
6:30, Alumni versus Present. Overwatch's current roster with I don't actually, you know what? I have never casted them. I might have to cast them.
Oh,
tonight.
it's going to be so much fun. We're going to see, you know, XNL, Mr. Sir Claps, who, you know, plays on both Valorant and the Overwatch team.
He plays on a lot of teams, not just Valorant, but he also subbed in for Rainbow Six Siege this year.
Oh, really? I didn't
Uh-huh.
even know that.
He subbed in a couple of times. He did great. From what I've seen from the stats that I saw, they did great.
Yeah, I bet we're also going to see, let's see, Mr. Sir Claps, XNL,
Michael,
Michael, so
Stiffy.
Mr. Yeah.
Brookie Bear, Unlastin, and Tortoro. Is that Kenny?
Yeah, Totoro. That's Kenny.
Your roster tonight for the alumni team is Bill, aka Billy Joe, Anna, previous president, vice president, StarClana. Your caster right here, Jaeger, also known as Hunter, if you know his first name. Seth, who was the previous finance executive, who did a wonderful, wonderful job, and we actually use a lot of his references currently to this day. He'll be playing under Attack God's Jedi, and Meredith, also known as Pan.
Now, Pan is going to be sick, so it actually is going to be, I believe it is going to be, let me double check.
check the DMs.
Yeah, it's going to be, oh man. I believe it is going to be, let me see.
I am reading the current mutators while we wait. There's going to
Yes.
be 2 balls on the field. Enforced territory. So what that means is that like once you cross the half field line and you touch the ground, you spawn back to your own side.
It is going to be Skip. Skip is going to be playing tonight.
Oh no.
Yes, absolutely.
there's a previous Overwatch player in the lounge right now, and he is absolutely laughing. He's
He knows.
laughing.
It's going to be Skip.
Isn't Skip like top 250 in the world on Marvel Rivals right now?
I believe so.
Yep. So we'll see if the Skip can carry hard enough for this alumni team.
Absolutely.
There was a big fear actually, like when we first announced this. The current roster was like, we're just gonna lose. Like there's like someone who should be professional in Overwatch on the other team. But yeah, that being said, 6:30, come back to the stream. You will see our Overwatch present versus alumni show match.
And if Skip wasn't going to be able to do it, there was talks about Tristan able to come up, and he's like a top 500 tank at one point. Just an excellent job. But what game mode is this?
This is like, I can't describe it. I don't know the. Maybe we should have not had replays. We'll see if they'll keep it. But there's going to be 2 balls down. This is enforced territories. So, like I said, you see that little like white waffle wall at the midfield line? As soon as you touch the ground, you respawn back to your own side. So like you can be in the air on the other side, but as soon as you cross it, you're gonna spawn back, touch the ground. Kind of hard to explain the mechanic. You kind of just have to see it to believe it.
Yeah. Oh, and the ball is kind of blipping? What's with the blipping?
I don't know. I've never seen that before. What's gonna suck though is the 2 balls on the field, and I don't know. I might have just take it myself and use the keys to kind of follow what's happening. I think if that happens, it'll just spawn a midfield if it's blipped too much. Also, there's light ball physics, so one soft touch is gonna be the hardest touch you've ever made. There's no control in the ball here.
Yeah, as it kind of just launches off that kickoff.
Double there. Tonks going to save it, though. Try and send it back as Colin try to look for a pass. Jakey still up with a limited boost. He can't get the double. AJ going to try and follow, but Cole's going to clear it out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Colin's still trying to score on the orange side. We're not going to be able to cast this, are we?
No, because there's going to be two different kind of balls that you gotta have to follow. Like there was one moment where Stove was kind of taking it back out and around, tried to get the offense going there. Once we're kind of the repeat, but this is hard to call.
I feel like I'm going to go cross-eyed.
I am. I'm not following along right now. Because Cole's gonna go ahead bump it. Ball's gonna get pinched out by Cole. He'll take it across.
Both goals that have been scored, by the way, were not when they were on director cam. It was literally off of the director cam when they got scored.
Shot for AJ off the mark. He's gonna get reset.
Oh, I don't know what to do. It's just like, maybe look for some passing plays. Arity just trying to hold his boost up in the field. Jakey finds a shot on that. That's 3 blue guys, though, that kind of just have to respawn all of a sudden. TJ's going to try to look for an open net. Can't get the double on it.
Hawken will go ahead, try to double back for himself. Can't, gets demoed for it. Or I guess it's not demo. It's kind of like a reset.
It is, yeah, it's a reset. I will say it's like a reset. Almost like the floor. The floor is lava. I wonder, because if you touch O, that might go in. TJ scores it.
What a way to kind of get it off the kickoff there. Or I guess the bounce back.
It's a nice little ground pitch. No, not really ground pitch, but just like Tonkin respawn, and there was nobody back at net because blue team overcommitted so many players for a goal, and they just scored it in. I'm not sure. I saw that if you touch the wall on the, sorry, just like the kickoff, and everybody just poops away as soon as the kickoff happens. Just gets me. If you touch the sidewall too on the other side of the field, you will respawn. I wonder if that's the same for the ceiling. If you touch the ceiling on the orange side while you're playing for the blue team. Jakey, what?
Oh,
what
he'll solo it.
stuff.
Oh, Stove, though, able to get that save. It's going to have to work out back and around. Cole going to take it across the timeline. Jakey, though, with the solos, with the nose pinch, flip resets, tries to nose it in for the pinch. Can't get it done. AJ going to take some aerials, makes the miss. However, nice save by Cole.
I just realized something. How do you control the ball cam?
You can't.
Because, like, AJ, like, Tonkin's following that ball, but he's going for the ball to the left of him. How does he follow that ball? I wonder if it's different for our point of view.
Probably.
Stove just camping in the middle waiting for somebody to shoot for him. I don't blame him.
Tonkin will go ahead. He'll try the offense going off the little ball, misses it. And shot by Colin, saved by Tonkin. But Stove,
Somewhere,
apparently.
Stove was camping midfield the whole time. Did he finally get a touch? No, he just... Was it an own goal? What?
You can't see it off the reset. You can't see what happened. But we're tied.
We're
Really,
tied. We are tied. 2-2 with 90 seconds left to play. Colin nearly lost his reset there, but he was able to keep it. Blue side has both the ball. Wait, if you wanted to, you could absolutely just put both balls on the other side of your corner after you go up a goal and just camp and force it to come across.
That would be
That's
horrible.
That's evil, and that's why I like it. That's evil gameplay. My goal as a player is to upset the opponents as much as possible whenever I play. That is what I've figured out. Like, when I've played with other, not just UNI, but like teammates that I made through Rocket League, if I annoy the other team, I've won the game. That's how I operate. Bumps, demos, fakes, just like cringe play style. You know, I'm a tryhard. I think that's it. I'm a tryhard.
Absolutely. AJ able to get this one in. And I believe that was just kind of a nice little take off the kickoff. And I think he just was able to kind of roll it in. So a really nice job there by AJ. With 48 seconds left to play, blue team going to be up by a goal. Colin trying to hammer this one off the get-go. Can't quite make it. As Cole will go ahead and get this one scored. I believe that was a little carom.
Let's just stay
off the
here.
kickoff.
Let me just let Cole's point of view and see what happened. Nobody went for the save. Nobody went for the save. And Arity was ready to chase the ball, but Arity just backed off of it. Man, do I really get a camera switch?
I think you might have to.
I might have to start camera switching, like I used to do for Valorant before it stopped streaming Valorant for my PC. But that's a
Right,
whole nother
until it
issue.
crapped out.
So
Yeah.
see Cameron. Okay, here's AJ. AJ's on the ball. He's gonna try and follow to the backboard, but he's gonna poof away. You see TJ. He's gonna try and follow this best he can, but he's gonna lose his life. Meanwhile, Jakey in the corner. Wow, this is so hard.
I know. No, Stove gonna go ahead, pinch it out off the carom. That's gonna be cleared out by AJ. Doesn't have the angle. No, it can't double back. But AJ with the follow up of the second ball, able to get this one in.
This is a
So
nice,
I
hard
think it was
shot.
too much
I
of
think
trying to
Cole could've
commit.
missed it.
Yeah, with that first ball kind of lurking as Jakey was going to go ahead and try and go in with the commit, but it's so hard to follow here, bro.
You know what? We didn't give them any rules. We're like, hey, just do some party games, have some fun. You
Yeah.
know, here's like a serious best of 7. Now, you know what? Balls to the ball, pop some balloons, have some fun. You know.
Absolutely. As this one's going to go ahead, get nosed in, and it looks like the blue team is going to go ahead and take it with a 4-3 victory.
0-second drill with 2 balls sound like a pain in the keister.
Absolutely. I mean, it's hard to keep track of all those balls.
Especially, it's already hard enough to keep one ball up in the air when you play normal 3v3.
Well,
now,
not only
like,
that, but you got enforcement too.
So it's like, what do you? Cause you gotta like spin 2 players on one side, but they can just commit 4 players to one side, and now like 0-second drill's over. Sit up here.
Yeah, right. Now
Don't
we're on
let
cam.
my
Fix the
parent-
hair, fix the
Yeah,
hair.
fix the hair. Realize, oh, why does my back hurt? Because I slouched so much in these chairs.
Well, yeah, that's why I had to go and get like a nicer chair because you're sitting in just a little plastic thing.
Okay, but to be fair, I preferred these so much more whenever I was playing. In the old lounge, we had these purple gaming chairs, and they had like a pillow like right at the lower part of the back, and then like all the way up here. Like that broke my back. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm done. I'm just gonna grab the desk chairs and go from there.
All right, as
So
we
it's-
go ahead and get into the next game mode, I don't know I've ever seen this before either.
Oh, don't leave the map. This is this a different mutator? We have 4 balls now. Same as before.
4 balls.
But 4 balls. Is there
Oh.
reset? There is not reset. Unlimited boost. Somebody didn't join in time, so we do see some fireworks happening. This is just a map. When this map was released, pro players hated it, and they forced Psionics to take it out of their rank rotation because you'll see like the dark colors blend in and make it hard to see where the cars are. And especially when you're professional, everything matters. Like if I can't see my opponent, then I'm just not gonna have fun. How am I gonna do this?
All right, so I guess we got a track Colin now. And he goes ahead, own goals it?
No, he shot a different ball, but the ball cam is just.
Oh no.
All right, I'm gonna grab my controller, and we're gonna free cam this. I'll be right back.
All right, I'll go ahead and try and call it the best I can. As we'll go ahead and track it along with Cole. Arity gonna go ahead and get this one in. What the heck did Arity do? It's tracking the far long ball. However, he gets this one rolled right in on his own pitch. So really nice job here with blue team already going up 4-0. Or excuse me, 2-0. 2 balls are going to be left in, and one's going to be just left in right there off the initial kick off. And
I can hear the
Arity
struggle,
and
dude.
TJ. Hey, can't you hear me struggle?
I can hear the struggle. It sounds like you're ready to have a stroke.
I feel like I'm going to have a stroke.
Okay, so let me connect my controller, and we're just gonna. I'm not even gonna try and follow. You know what?
Yeah.
We're just gonna free cam this like a battle royale, like we're watching a battle royale. I gotta say though, I know you do follow Rocket League, but at next semester, like we don't know what we could be seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
What games would you want to cast personally? We could have an Apex Legends team,
Oh,
which
man.
is a 20 team, 3 player per team battle royale.
Yeah.
Cole is gonna get the shot here, stroke game.
Yeah. For me personally, I'm still a big Overwatch fan. You know, used to play it back on the team, played as main tank, have a lot of deep connection there. I love calling Rocket League just of how more sporty it feels. I feel like it matches my caster style a whole lot more, just with like the quick action of it all. I also don't mind Valorant, but I don't know if we'll have a Valorant team come this time around.
That's scary. The scary part is that like recruiting for Panther Esports is hard. We don't have scholarships. Whenever a high school student comes to me, first thing they ask, you guys offer scholarships? And it's just like you just gotta grit the teeth. Be like, no, nah.
No. But I mean, if you go ahead and you try out, you're almost guaranteed a spot, at least on the roster.
And it's just like, how do you want to continue like an esports career here? I think the one thing that we should also ramp up is like hosting events. I hope like next year I want to host more events.
Yes.
We hosted Northern Iowa Knockout, which got on the D tier of the Iowa Smash. I'm not sure what it's called, but we had 50 people in this gaming lounge playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We had a singles tournament and an Ultimate Cruise event, and that went pretty well. And then we had a Mario Kart Free For All tournament also in this lounge. I believe that had close to 30 people. And that went really well too. 33 people. I'm just being told that by the person who ran the event.
Production accident over there.
Production. Accident, aka Daniel, who is your current social media manager and currently running for vice president of next year or administration.
So already orange team had it on a 3-2 advantage. Now it's 3-3.
What did we do here?
What?
All four
of the initial kickoff.
It's
all
either
four
one was
balls.
going in or one was not going to go in. Like, you can't. What do you do here?
See, that's the benefit of a shotgun. You know, just all the pellets downfield, and one of them's gonna hit.
I'm going to try and use my.
Oh my.
Okay.
No,
so-
thank you.
okay.
What is the sensitivity on that?
Okay, so if you move around with a controller and use a mouse, it does not like it. It's what I just. I am sorry to our viewers who just experienced that. I'm super sorry. I did not know that was a thing. I may have just caused somebody PC to probably just break. Not too sure.
Hey, that's totally fine.
I could use WASD, I think. Yeah, I can use WASD.
Yeah, you're
Because
gonna
now
have
I
to be very
can,
close.
you know what? I can practice for Counter-Strike. You know, I can flick the mouse and stuff like that.
There you go. Ball's gonna get floated in off to the left side of the bar. Can't quite get it. But on the other end, Colin, go ahead, get this one scored. Let's see what happened here. And it's just Colin kind of taking the aerials, gets demoed. However, Jakey sitting back in the net. Not sure
There's
how to.
so many wires.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just there's wires. If you guys could see the stream setup right now, there's wires everywhere, and it's just like my hand is standing next to wires.
Accident over there laughing at us. 5-3 is going to be the play here as Jakey's going to try and double back. Gets reset as the ball resets. Colin, though, he's going to try and take it coast to coast. Tries to get off the top of the crossbar. No follow-up. As there's just too many balls to track here. But Cole, able to hammer it in mid-pitch.
Just as we say that, Cole hammers one in. We can't get past the 3-minute mark. It's been like 3 goals since that has happened.
Yeah.
I think, like, kind of back to the topic, like, what do we provide as a esports club, as an organization on campus? Probably one of the bigger ones. I mean, besides Dance Marathon, and Dance Marathon does a crazy job.
Yeah.
We offer a chance for any student on campus to continue their esports career a part of Panther Esports. We need nothing from you. All we need from you is a willingness to come out, talk, and scores a goal.
Yeah, just got to come out and have fun.
It just takes guts to sign up. That's all we ask. We don't charge any fees. You don't need a jersey. Honestly, you don't even need a PC setup or console setup. We can loan that to you. All we need is your willingness to come join the org and be a part of our team. That being said, for competitive rosters, here's what I'm looking for next year. We are looking for Valorant play. We're looking for players for every team. The teams that should be coming back, Rocket League for sure. Because if all else fails, Brontron, TJ, and I will form a team, and I will be coach and player.
There you
so
go.
Rocket League, we will have a Rocket League team. I believe League of Legends is in a really good spot. I believe you will have a League of Legends team next year.
Oh, yeah.
Overwatch, we're gonna have a full team next semester. You might see Coach Van Diem come out of retirement and play one last Michael Jordan split, one last semester. Try the best he
Absolutely.
can to try and get UNI a win for his final semester. And he's been quite a player. Steven Van Diem has been an amazing person to be around. He's a wonderful person. He's always trying to get the team to do their best. and he always pushes for that. He brings people up. So Overwatch, we'll have an Overwatch team, a League team, Rocket League team. Teams I'm concerned about. I'm concerned for a Rainbow Six Siege team because of how many players that could be leaving. But we did get about 3 people interested last fall. So I'm concerned about getting enough Rainbow Six Siege team players, especially because we don't have a broadcast team. Oh, thank you, Rocket League. We don't have a broadcast team for Rainbow Six Siege. Valorant. I'm not sure what's going to happen to Valorant. Valorant is like the Counter-Strike in North America. I'm going to expect us to get like 1 or 2 new players coming in next year. But it's going to be hard to replace Rage and Remy, who also played for the League team, by the way, too, and
Yes.
Pop-Tart, who's finally getting his flowers.
Mhm.
And is in, by the way, NECC National.
Yes, they are. And
And they
they're
win
playing
just
next Monday.
Yep, they are playing next
And they're
month.
playing against Concordia St. Paul.
So anybody interested in seeing Valorant or League, next Monday, Valorant plays at 7:30 p.m. against Concordia St. Paul in the quarterfinals of NECC National, Division 6, I think, or Division 6. And then if they win that game, they also play Tuesday. But on that Tuesday for sure is League of Legends playing Tarleton State Purple at 8 p.m. also in the quarterfinal. So if you want to see quite possibly some of the best teams a part of Panther Esports, because League won a trophy, went 11-0 in the fall semester, and Valorant just won a plaque from UNO Mavelin this spring. Join the stream next Monday and Tuesday and see some of the best things Panther Esports can offer. One of the best part about our League of Legends team is we have an alumni coach. Avery, I don't think Avery gets enough flowers for what they do for Panther Esports. You know, they dedicate time. They don't need to come back. And a part of that, Avery was here at UNI, graduated at UNI, before the esports organization was a thing.
Yeah.
So, like, Avery is, like, the oldest person a part of our student board. And they do an amazing job coaching. And from what I've seen, they can put up results. If you want an exceptional coach who does it for the love of the game, our League of Legends captain and coach, Avery, is here for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And just his support, able to build a consistent team year after year, no matter who's on the team. You know, he's spends that extra time, you know, building out players. And I think that's such amazing that League of Legends has somebody like that who's so committed to the craft of League of Legends.
Especially because, like, you have players drop the next semester. Like, we can just, like, next semester, we lose 3 players in League. And next thing I know, they're winning. They're in Nationals winning. They're in fall semester winning. Like, I thought the League team was good, and then the fall semester happened this school year, and they won a trophy. Like,
Yeah.
that is crazy to me.
Yeah, it's awesome. And it's all, you know, in the shop there with Avery, you know, who's always on the cutting edge of what this League of Legends team, you know, has to offer.
So, what's next for Panther Esports? Personally, I want to see the Call of Duty team come back. UNI Panthers used to be a top 5 nation Call of Duty team, and sadly this semester we couldn't get enough COD players out. We have the budget for a Call of Duty team, so if you want to come to UNI, play some Call of Duty, support you. We'll bring you out for Call of Duty. Another thing that we can also okay, you know what? That was fun. Just see Rocket League disconnect me from servers.
That's funny.
Y'all don't see the errors. I would love to see Apex Legends team, mainly because, like, Iowa State, who I have close connections to, like, we talk at least like maybe 2-3 times a week. Our executive board, their executive board. They have a really nice Apex Legends team, and I kind of want to have our United team compete against their Apex Legends team and see what would happen. And finally, Marvel Rivals is getting added, and I think the big issue is will we see Overwatch players also play Marvel Rivals going into next year? It's kind of exciting to have more and more orgs, more and more teams be added to Unite Panther Esports. But where are we going to find the broadcasters?
That's the biggest thing. Like, we need help in the booth. We need producers. We need casters. You know, we need everybody on the other team, and it's mostly alumni who really want to see UNI Panther Esports have their story be told.
Yeah, I will say, fall semester there was an accident with the VODs. No VODs got, like, a lack of VODs got uploaded. I got vice president. I got chewed out by the alumni for 0 VODs on the YouTube channel.
Absolutely.
And you know what? I apologize for that. I'll never let that down. But I've done my best to make sure. Oh wait, I can just go to the director cam. What am I doing? I don't
Yeah,
need to
what
do
are
anything.
you doing?
I was ready for 5 balls. What are the mutators?
Are there any? What are you doing there, bud?
What am I doing? 9. Press 9. There we
There
go.
you go.
Mutators. Let's read the mutators for this match. G-Force Frenzy. Unlimited boost amount, 5 times boost strength, low gravity. Oh, you can see the boost. Look at that.
As Stove is able to go ahead and get this one down and in, and just a really nice kind of off the wall play, kind of gets it off the top of the crossbar and able to pinch it in.
I will say though, you do not need to have any previous association with Northern Iowa to be a part of the casting team. If you want to get in the booth, start your commentary career, maybe learn how to produce and be a camera operator for Tier 1 Esports, we offer that for you. All you gotta do is dedicate some time, volunteer some time, and hey, we'll build your resume. I know personally, I might try and use this time in summer to build a portfolio as a caster. I hope you do too. Now
I'm
that
trying.
mods uploaded. And maybe, I try and find myself on some team streams or Rocket League going to next semester.
Yeah, and the same thing, like, for Valorant, you've had issues. Monty has some other things that he was doing. So we had to bring up Berkey, who is from Corpus Christi, does schooling down in Texas.
Yeah.
Able to come in and produce and help me in the booth there for some of the Nationals matchups.
The best part about being a part of college esports is that you're not just stuck with UNI. People from other organizations will come and join your server and stick around. You build a community, not just in Iowa on the campus. Sorry, I just need to see that go again. But across the nation and even in Canada sometimes too. You can find people in Canada and Mexico who will come join, and you can come join, cast, be a part of the team for Panther Esports.
Yeah, and that's the great thing is you are not limited to the space of your region. It's a nationwide. You connect through the internet. It's worldwide of a community, which I think is amazing.
Yeah, I'm quite privileged with video games. I gotta say, here's the locations of some of my best friends that I've met through just video games. South America, Great Britain, South Africa, Texas, Florida. I guess all I'm missing. Oh wait, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea. These are people that I met, and it's just such a tight knit community. Not just part of Panther Esports, but being a part of video games as a whole. And it really helps build your community, and it really gives you a sense of belonging that no other, in my opinion, kind of competitive game can bring you besides esports. Just the international connection you get from esports is something special that you don't see anywhere else.
Absolutely. And I guess, what other big thing are you looking forward to next semester? Are you looking forward to the lounge being utilized more, or what do you hope?
What I'm looking forward to, I want to host as many events as possible. When I'm on the exec board next semester, I'm running for president, so I don't know if that's self-plug. But currently we have 3 people. We have me run for president, Accident/Daniel running for vice president/administration, whichever he gets. And we have an executive, a moderator. You can come to Northern Iowa and you pick up any open these positions, by the way. So if you're an incoming freshman, feel free. You can pick up social media executive, pick up broadcast and student relations, add something to your resume. What I'm looking forward to is hosting the most events possible, and I'm going to tackle burnout. But I think we can become the epicenter, the peak of esports in Iowa if we hold enough events and we do everything well that we can. I really want to make us be like, hey, you want to play esports? You want to come to events? Come to the Cedar Valley. We got an event for you, no matter what game it is.
Yeah. I think, and the other thing about LAN tournaments, which is so amazing, is just the ability to go with your team and experience a different space and, how they do it, how they run events. I feel like that's so amazing because, what I always go back to, my pinnacle for me as a player was the UNI Now tournament that we hosted in Mocker Union when we were playing against, Pan, at the time, Pan's sister, who was on, I believe it was Central's team, and just being able to take the one map off of, it was Grandview, and able to take a map off of Grandview was just so amazing, and just being there with the team, and you're able to give high fives in between matches,
Yeah, I know,
which is
right?
really
That's the best
interesting.
part. Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
as
the-
we just high five.
Yeah. But I would say so too. The best part, esports, everybody can stay at home and play a game. The best part about the college scene is that you can go to LAN tournaments and see your team in person. LAN, like even if it's just like 3 teams, 4 teams, like what UNO was, being able to play for team in person, it's your competitors in person, is a whole new feel. It's a whole new mental game. It's a whole new ball field. And personally, I attended my first LAN ever, North Star 3, up in St. Cloud State University in St. Paul, Minnesota, or St. Cloud, Minnesota. And I gotta say, we went 1-8. Like, it was not a good performance from us. It was a tough series. We lost to, I think, a top 16 team in the college scene in the nation at the time, and then we lost to a university in Minnesota who has like 70,000 students at their campus. We went 1-8 in the day. We went 0-2 in series. We came out of that like we want to go again. Like even though like it was a tough battle and it was a tough series and we weren't winning the matches, even though we had some close matches too, we were like, I don't care if we go 0-2. Just the experience of being in person and being in competition in person is worth the money and worth the drive to go to a competitive LAN.
Absolutely.
And that's what I want to provide as an executive board next year, is allow as many people in the state of Iowa as possible to come experience what a competitive video game tournament is like.
Yeah, that's really awesome. I think that's the biggest thing that I'm looking forward to as well, is just, you know, all the spaces that you have, you know, utilize it to the best of your ability. And that's getting people in here, getting exposure. And as these things are exposed, you are able to, you know, get recruitment in and be able to allow folks to, you know, see what we have here. And like you say, the epicenter of what could be Cedar Valley's esports as a whole.
I don't think Cedar Valley, but Iowa in general, because I went to St. Cloud, Minnesota to play in a Rocket League tournament. Why? There's not a Rocket League tournament in the state of Iowa. That's an issue. There's not a tournament for Rocket League in Iowa. There's tournaments for Smash, and that's kind of it. So I want to provide tournaments not only for Rocket League, but maybe like Valorant, Overwatch, League of Legends. I want people to experience the camaraderie that there is in a professional team sport because they're student athletes. That's what I hope for next year.
Absolutely.
The hard part, planning everything between 32 weeks of the semesters.
Yes. And it's, you know, not only that, but commitments for other teams, you know, personally.
Marketing it is extremely hard too, because you can post it on Twitter and nobody's gonna see it. One of the things that we really took advantage of as the executive board is just sharing it in Discord service that we're a part of. I think our Mario Kart team got University Nebraska Lincoln or something like that. They got 4 Mario Kart players. They got 8. Holy cow, Daniel. They posted the Mario Kart Grand Prix and the University of Nebraska Lincoln esports server. They had people from University of Nebraska Lincoln, 8 people, come to Northern Iowa to play in a Mario Kart free-for-all tournament. And it's like, that's not even just Iowa, that's Midwest too. The Midwest is a growing opportunity for esports. And I hope our board takes advantage of that, because I just want to provide the opportunity that not every kid gets, especially the esports scene. Because careers die super fast, and I think careers should go past 60, you know, just like the NFL and MLB. Is that you can be 60 and now you're in the booth, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's really great. And it's really awesome that, you know, all these teams are able to come together and do this. And what are we doing right now? This is another game mode.
You want to start? You want to do commentary? I'm gonna say we almost at the 4-hour mark. I'm gonna tell them, but like we're gonna 4 hours. I'm gonna call the stream there. Like we need a break. We were gonna I need lunch. I had 2 eggs and a piece of toast today. It is 4:30. That was at like 9 a.m. Dog. I am skipping lunch right now.
When I was walking in here, I went over to Sidecar and I got me a cranberry scone, and that's what I was eating on my way down here.
Oh, the lemonless decal for this year for 2025. That is beautiful. Holy cow, that's a nice decal. Anyways, enough about that. Once we hit 4 hours, I'm gonna say we should probably call the stream, get a break for me. Probably gonna say me as a caster. I'm probably gonna try and cast Overwatch tonight.
Well, that brings me back to the days when we started broadcasting LAN tournaments, like Super Smash Brothers, I think, had it in Ballroom B. We did like a majority of the matches, and then every single match starting in the quarterfinals we broadcasted. I was on the mic for 8 hours straight. That was tough.
Is a VOD up for it?
Yeah, it should be. I think it was the last time.
Now I got something to listen to while I just like walk my dog, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's on there. I think it's like the second most watched video on YouTube. second or third. It's like
Honor
the
champ.
SSBU, yeah.
Heck yeah.
And it was done there with, I believe, the current coach of Super Smash Brothers team.
Soli, aka oh my god, Archie. His tag is Archie.
Let's see.
His first name Soli.
I gotcha.
And then Owen, aka Lemons Fox, who by the way is probably one of the best Mario Kart players
Oh, really?
in the nation, I would say. You think he's the best or what? Get on the mic. Daniel, come here. Come here. Say it to the mic. Say that we have.
Okay, no, he's not one of the best in the nation. He's really good. He's the best in the state. I will stand by that. But he is also tournament winner.
You should speak up.
I don't know if it's hurt. Okay. Whatever.
I would say internationally, Lemons Fox, Lemons for short, probably one of the best Mario Kart players in this, not only in the state but nationally and even internationally. Holy cow!
I guess it's the third most watched.
Yeah. What? Wait. What? I don't know. I guess
6
Louisville.
hours.
Okay, so one of our VODs, I'm just noticing it. Louisville must have like did some homework on us for the VODs.
Yeah.
With 105 views, they must have been absolutely making sure they win that match. I don't blame them. You know what? If we have VODs up, other teams use it to your advantage. I'd love, as a coach, as a player, to be countered and learn how to fix the counter that somebody brings out. It's all about not just fixing our craft, but making everybody a better player in the field, especially with the VODs we provide.
Right. Well, even then, still, I think when you played against Missouri State, you kind of watched some of their VODs as well.
No.
No?
Actually,
Or was that?
I'm gonna say
Tracker.
something that might upset you. I didn't watch a single VOD this year.
What?
I didn't try and do any game plan battle for anybody else. The times that we tried to instill a different game plan, it didn't work out for us. So my goal as a coach this year was us to find the game plan and stick to the game plan. And if the game plan wasn't working, then we got to fix it so we're back on the same route. That was my goal as a coach this year. I want the players to play, each player to play their own game and then synergize with the other two players in the field. That was my goal. So when I did VOD review, actually I did VOD review for us. I didn't care what St. Mary did, what Missouri State did, what
Like
Briarcliff
MTSU,
did.
yeah.
I was looking at our rotation, at our decisions, saying, hey, if you make a decision like that, this is how we got to play the game.
Absolutely.
That's what it is as a coach. You know what? And until I get to like tier 1, top 128 RCS, whatever it is,
Yeah.
maybe I'll start considering scout out other teams. But I think for now, especially in Rocket League, if you can set the pace, you can win the game. So how do we as a team set the pace to win the game every time and play to our strengths and force the team on their weaknesses?
Yeah.
That is how I see coaching in Rocket League should be.
All right. And with this game mode already done and away with, see, we're already talking about esports as a whole. We haven't even been commentating the game, but that's okay.
I mean, like, man, it's getting to 4 hours. I think play-by-play should take a break, especially because I am, like, super thirsty right now and hungry. I'm going to love to know.
Okay, we're gonna be done. But I mean, yeah. I mean, it's really exciting though to see kind of where, even in my short time as being a player and a commentator, you know, where esports both at UNI and as a whole has
Oh, they're
been
calling it.
taking.
They've called it. Okay, well.
So,
Well, I think before we all go, want to get a group photo.
yeah,
Just everybody standing in front of this cam right here.
yeah, absolutely.
Dan, you don't have to if you don't want to. You just looked at me. I know you're playing Minecraft. But hey, let's get a quick group photo of everybody in the lounge just to show you just a smidge of the Panther family, by the way.
All right.
Let's get a photo.
Or
Photo.
okay. Are we off stream or are we still live?
Let's be on stream. Let's be on stream, and then we'll end it. So we can
Okay.
catch up with it.
Cool.
Right over here. In front of the player cam that we have here. Now the question is, yeah, should we have Steve in it? Steve in front of us? Right here. This is everybody. Oh, I'm gonna- I don't know. JT, do you want to lay in front like a French girl? No, not really. I'm gonna put mine. Appreciate you setting it up. Hey, this wasn't possible without you guys coming here either. Wasn't possible without you guys coming here.
Yeah.
Maybe we try every semester. I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
But
All right. Any final thoughts here, Brewer Dog, before we wrap it up?
I got a busy day ahead of us. I gotta say, 4 hours of that was super fun. I hope the alumni had a fun time. I think my throat's getting a little sore now that I stopped talking.
You go
about it.
ahead. You get some R&R. I'm probably gonna hop on a
But
PC and get ready for the Overwatch
I just
tournament.
want to say,
tonight.
I'm going to say thank you to a lot of people. Thank you to the University of Northern Iowa for allowing us to be a club on campus. Thank you to Marker Union and the campus in general for allowing us to have this space, this beautiful space provided for us. Thank you to Mike Bobbledyke and the people over the summer who bought us these Alienware PCs, which we couldn't afford in 6 years of our budget. So big shout out to Mike. Thank you for renovating the space out. Thank you to my family for allowing me to pursue this crazy dream of mine that I'm going to work my butt off to make come true. Thank you to the alumni that showed out, and thank you to each of the players that I had the pleasure of coaching this season, Tonkin, TJ, and Brontron. You guys mean the world to me, and it's going to be a hard time seeing you go, Tonkin. Thank you.
All right, and with that, I think we're gonna go ahead and call it. So, again, thank you, Brewer Dog, for hosting this event. The passion and the excitement that you bring to this, not only esports as a whole here on campus, but in Rocket League is really amazing. So, thank you for all the efforts that you put in. It does not go unnoticed.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, I guess we'll go ahead and call it a tournament here. I believe that the old folks got swiftly kicked right back into the old folks home.
Well, now we're going to see the same. Will that happen to Overwatch?
Absolutely not, because
Oh, we're
Skip's
not-
playing.
Absolutely
Because Skip
not.
is playing, and
How do you plan for Skip? As if you're a present roster player now, how do you play? I just saw you put a foot up. Is there no planning for Skip?
well, the situation with Skip is that you have to basically BM him to a point where he gets tilted, and he starts playing a little bit too hard and a little bit too, so he overcorrects. That's how you play against Skip.
So you got to break their mental state
Yes.
of this alumni roster.
Yes.
That's a key to success. Is there any other key to success you think for this present roster?
I believe it would have to be, don't direct counter Skip. The gameplay that you would have to be is you would have to
Find the weakest links, take them out.
find me on tank as I try and force feed Diva and get absolutely toasted on tank. That's how you win, is you got to take the space against me as tank. I believe Bailey Joe or Seth are going to play supports. Maybe if you get those picked out early, you'll go ahead and get those picked up as well. I guess for us as a alumni team, we haven't played at all since this roster has kind of been announced. So maybe you got to lean on the chemistry as the current
I will
player.
say all three, like the normal production team that is for Overwatch, is playing tonight.
Yeah.
All three of the normal production members are playing tonight. So it might be a bit of a skeleton crew, dare I say, for the broadcast. But I will be on the broadcast. I've never played Overwatch in my life.
Oh, it's fine. It's easy.
I've watched a few Overwatch. I remember they used to stream it to DirecTV or something like that. So I've seen Overwatch League, and I've watched some Team Fortress 2, I guess. So I'll try and use what I've learned from that. But I think I'll try and learn how the dive comps work. I'm not gonna be trying to say this team, that team, and be I'm gonna commentate the game. I think the best I can.
Yes. But no, I think you'll do great. And if anything, just call out the picks and say, "Oh, they're pushing the robot," or they take control, and it's "Oh, there's a big ultimate," and you'll get it just fine. But until then, I guess we're gonna have to call it here. We'll be back at 6:30.
Yep. Thank you guys for the support. Peace out, Panthers.